cashing in those checks, they provide the souls of the children. Diagnosed by a caseworker who was
Hey everybody. Well, thought my picture be up there, but I guess it'll come up when it wants to, right? Well, let me find my chat. Let me get over here and see what's up. How's y'all doing today? Is everybody here? Let me I'm trying to fix the screen. Let's get there she is. Hey y'all, hey I'm back. What's up? Hey, Naylor is on. What's up? So I'm working OF Rose. Dynamic. Hold on. So this is gonna be interesting. I thought that Brenda was gonna join me or somebody would, but I guess not. I don't know. But anyways, let me get to my chat. So we got the chat box. So hey everybody, I'm Danielle and I'm gonna be here for the Punisher tonight. So we're here and y'all hear me? Y'all say what's up? What's up? So back to let's go. Let's go. Okay. You know, well, I can't emphasize enough that. What do y'all think about what we were just talking about? Like on the about the hey Chris, welcome in, Taylor, welcome in. Um, I really do that act that I came across today, and I was talking. The thing is we got to bring attention to it. What right? What you think? What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think I'm on maybe on to something like? Because if you really think about it, I ain't heard about it. They ain't talking much about it. They're still removing kids. And here we go. That's Rose again. Lordy. Y'all, this may be one of them. You know what? If I could get this thing to work right, um, yeah, my phone is just acting up, y'all. I don't know what this problem is today. I'm back again. Hey, y'all. Hey. So, he did it again. He got away from the foster mom again, and I keep freezing up. Y'all, if it kicks me out, please excuse me. This is not going too well today. Alrighty, hold on, everybody. So look, I might have to just because my thing keeps freezing. I gotta turn on my computer or something, y'all. I can't. I don't like doing this with y'all. So he got away again today, Chris. You know, a meltdown and a temper tantrum is the same thing, Chris. But the thing is why are they causing so much problems with your son as far as like why are they all of a sudden being this way about him, you know, and what's causing it? Um, y'all, I don't know. Let me check my phone. See how much time. I got. I'm gonna work. Hopefully it's good. So y'all, back to what I was saying about the movement. All right. So it's about the strengthening. I mean the we're standing up for families nationwide. Like this is a national crisis. This is not a isolated incident. This is not just one case. This is many. This is not one family. This is many. This is nationwide, y'all. So So what I was saying on the last show, I don't know where Brenda and if she knows I'm on, but so let me do one more phone check. Can y'all hear me? Hey Debbie, how you doing? Can you hear me? Anybody? Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear my crazy butt? How y'all doing? So Chris, he keeps running away. Has he been acting out more since your visit started back up and stuff? Has he been acting out the more you go? Because I mean, or did they tell him he was coming home and he got his hopes up or something? Like what? Something's triggering it, Chris. Something definitely is triggering it. Okay, so back to this is how I administration of for children ACF within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. That's correct, Chris. Robert RFK. I love it with that autism, like what they're saying. What he said in that brief the other day on that speech he gave with the autism thing. That's my son all day long. Like that's what happened when he was a baby or when he was smaller. He that happened to him. The child welfare policy, Naylor says the child welfare policy um, contains policy questions and answers applicable to child welfare. The manual addresses 9 main policy areas, right, subsections, right? And then, so, hold on, y'all. This is what I want to do with that movement. Okay, so let's see what Crispy. Ooh, where's Brenda? I need Brenda. Where are you at? Let me see what Brenda is. Brenda's nowhere to be found. Brenda is MIA. That darn Brenda. So guys and gals and guys. Okay, so here we are. I'm boy, Brenda. I sent you the link through Messenger. Are you gonna come on? You can help me. All right, let me see. I was going to say Schedule 8.6, Section 8.6 of the Child Welfare Manual provides questions and answers, Q&As regarding the Title 4E prevention program. And Chris, it's funny you say that about the prevention program because in this new act, which is the first reform for Title 4B in 15 years, they had in 2008, I think it was the fostering success, I think. And then in 2018 was the families first, or I might have that flipped. Let me get my notes out. I gotta get my notes. So look, all right. The movement that I'm wanting to do is we want to show solidarity across the nation, right? In the United States. And here I go, I phrase again. We want to show solidarity. What did Debbie say? Hey, Debbie, welcome in, honey. It says, got a call from DHS. The foster parent said he had an accident. He had a mark on the oh no. Like, he was hurt, Debbie? Bless his heart. Brenda, look, I'm mad at you, Brenda. You MIA woman. I don't see you reporting yet, ma'am. I'm just kidding. The Families First Prevention Services Act, enacted as part of the public law. Chris, Mr. Naylor, this is I need bifocals. I really do. The screen was supposed to be bigger because I flipped it this way and not the other way. So all right. Enacted as part of Public Law 115123, authorize new optional Title 4E funding for time limited prevention services for mental health. Okay, so Chris, this Families First one, right? That's for the Title 4E, right? So Title 4B is for children and parents, right? Like, I guess they're for different things, like Title 4A, 4B, 4C. They're for different things, right? So Title 4E is for like the fostering and stuff like that, right? So look, with the movement, y'all, this is what we need. I want y'all to remember though, as the movement grows, hold on, he says, adult correction, if I got a booger in my nose, I'm sorry, y'all. Because Gunner made fun of me last night. Adult correctional facilities to carry out projects that promote meaningful relationships between incarcerated parents and their children in foster care. Right. Brenda, where are you at? I don't see you. No, ma'am, you're not in the link. Where you at? You ain't backstage. No, ma'am. Where'd you go, Brenda? Brenda. Let me put this back in the chat, y'all. Let me get this link since Brenda wants to be missing because I don't see no Brenda. Brenda ain't nowhere. She is not in here. I thought I just pressed the wrong button. Y'all, there's the live. All right, Naylor, let me get back to my chat, my friend. Okay. This is that 75 million per year starting in 2026. That's right. For the supporting children and parents, strengthening parents act that they just signed over. You need TikTok or shorts. Yeah, I do. I did have TikTok. Hi Joe, welcome in, hun. I did have. I was. Well, usually it would be on TikTok, but right, word out on YouTube Shorts. Yes, yes. That is. So is that a good? Is that a good resource? To get like it's a better like for short videos, right? Jody, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Brenda, there's your link, hun. 75 million per year, y'all, in this act. So this supporting America's children and strengthening parents, families. I mean, and that Joe Biden just signed in January 4th. You know, it's poverty's in that, y'all. Chris, get your word out. Okay, get my word on. Yes. I'm definitely gonna look into that, and I could take clips from my video, like the live right here, and post on YouTube Shorts. Can I? Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know that, Joe. Thank you so much. A black eye, Chris. Oh, that's not good. Is he all right? Is he all right, hon? Okay. Um, you're in the waiting room, Brenda. I do not see you nowhere. Brenda, what waiting room are you? Did you click on the link that I put in the chat? Because I don't see you, Brenda. Unless I'm on a different. Hold on, y'all. Brenda is I don't know where Brenda's at, but Brenda's somewhere where she ain't. So Brenda's missing. Brenda is she's done went in some time work, but I don't even know. Danielle, I'm waiting. Brenda, I don't see you, Brenda. Are you on StreamYard? I hope not. We're not on StreamYard tonight. Please tell me you're not on StreamYard, hon. Where's you at? I put the link in the chat. I don't see you, Brenda. You are not backstage, Brenda. Okay, so Brenda, I don't see you, honey. Get your word out on YouTube. Title 4B of the Social Security Act. Here goes. Title. Oh, y'all, I don't see Brenda nowhere. This is weird. Title 4B of the Social Security Act is a federal program that provides states with formula grants to enhance the well-being of children and families. Right, and it helps like to strengthen them and get them up to where they are independent and can take care of themselves, right, Chris? Like when these investigations go on and they were removing kids. I don't know where Brenda's at, y'all. Brenda, Brenda. Nobody is one. Hold on, now. I can't find Brenda. Maybe I kicked myself off when it kicked me off earlier. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what's going on, y'all. My thing back there. Let's see. Anyhow, let's get back to it. Let's get back in it. Brenda, where you at, Brenda? Brenda. So, Brenda, you ain't backstage, woman. Did you go to StreamYard, Brenda? Y'all, sorry. Y'all, Darren's gonna kick my butt when he gets back in town. Lord, I'm slacking, y'all. I'm yeah. Oh boy. gonna be one of those. No, he's cool. He just went and got some fresh air. That's all. He needed a break. So hey, Miss Danielle right here. So the program is administered by the Children's Bureau. You can't see past the chat. What do you mean, Brenda? Y'all, if it goes out, look for the live again because I'm afraid it might, y'all. So if it does, I'm gonna hop on my computer because apparently it's not wanting to cooperate for some reason. So if it does go out, I'm gonna try to talk this way. Let me just talk. Let me shut this up. Let me turn that off. And then let's talk this way. If Brenda can come in, she'd be nice to. Anyways, let's get back to this chat. All right. So Title 4B of the Social Security Act is a federal program that provides states with formula grants. Okay, and well-being and the safety of the children. So, and that's what's about keeping families together. So the other titles 4D, 4E, 4F. I mean, I don't know how many there is. There we go again. So that is they have grants like the sections for different stuff, right, Chris? Right now. All right. Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. I'm gonna definitely look into that when I get off. You can't see past the chat, Brenda. I didn't see the link. Okay, Brenda, let me see. Brenda, let me how do I do it? Hold on, Brenda. I'll get it. Hold on, Brenda. Brenda is slacking, y'all. Brenda is slacking. Brenda ain't bringing it back now. I'm just kidding, Brenda. Hold on, y'all. This is not like I'm tired, y'all. It's hot outside. Y'all, Brenda, see if you can see that one. I sent it right there, Brenda. You got it? All right, y'all. There it is, Brenda. It's right above you where you post that comment. Can you see it? All right, let's get back. Let's get back in the chat. Let's go. Naylor, why is she paired? What are you paired to, woman? Chris said it. So it looks fine, Chris. So he's not too banged up or nothing. Well, you said he gets away from the foster mom, and but is that always after your visits or something, hun? Like, is that after? You know what I'm saying? I still don't see Brenda, y'all. I really don't see Brenda. All right, I won't. Y'all, this show is not planned. This is like, this is not even scripted. Like this is straight. I'm Danielle, and I'm here, and we're getting in. Like we are diving down this rabbit hole. With this supporting children and strengthening families back. There she is. Finally, she showed up. Jeez. Now, Brenda. Here she is.
I can tell you, though,
now you want to show up. Hold on.
Scroll
I'm trying to get her on here.
It's not letting me scroll
Let yourself
back.
on, woman.
I'm on.
I'm trying. Hold on. There you are. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can't you hear me?
Finally, you made it. Finally. Jeez. I might freeze out. I'm just kidding. So it might freeze. Sounds like you got a better connection than I do. My phone. So if it kicks me out, at least I'll be in charge. It'll be okay. So back to what I was. I might have to talk behind, like leave you on the screen and talk because it's freezing up. I mean, I don't know what the heck's going on my internet here lately. Y'all, I'm sorry. Really? This is one of my blooper moments. See, look, my mouth's wide open and I froze. See, look at that. Jeez.
Well, the thing is that I couldn't scroll my chat like usual. I can scroll back and find it. At first, I thought she meant that she sent it down the messenger, and here I am. I think I was waiting in Brenda's back.
Oh, you went in the wrong line? Oh, Lord, woman.
Yeah, and then I said, oh, then I realized, oh, she's talking about that chat. And then I couldn't scroll back. It's not allowing me to scroll back. So that's weird.
Okay. On the chat? It says you're paired on the chat. Good thing. So if you look at the bottom of the screen where the chat is, at the bottom or wherever your chat box is, if you go to where you typed in a minute ago, it says paired on there. I don't know, that's weird. Naylor, wait a minute. I just saw.
Senior pairs.
So Title 4B and 4E are for two totally different. So he said Title 4E is for the primary goal of that was prevent. I mean, hold on. Let me go back some more. I'm slacking. Okay, so Title 4B of the Social Security is a federal program that provides states with formula grants to enhance the well-being of children and families. The primary goal of that is to prevent children from entering foster care. So that would explain. Can you hear me, though, Brenda?
Yeah, fine.
So I'm not cutting out or nothing.
No, it's perfect.
Okay. So well, I mean, my screen's frozen, like your mouth's wide open, but it's okay. Just be careful. Don't let a fly go in. You know what I mean? And my screen keeps freezing. This sucks. Like this is embarrassing. Jeez. All right. So let's see. Naylor said, "Look, I'm going to read what Naylor's Naylor's throwing down, but my screen is frozen." I'm just. That was
Well, first I can say the program is administered by the Children's Bureau within the Administration for Children and Families. And then
well, there's the primary goal of at the bottom of the screen. We can read that primary goal is set to prevent children from. That's for Title 4B right there.
Oh, okay.
That's what this act is Title 4. It's under Title 4B. Yes.
I see. And okay. All right. So it's made to prevent children from entering foster care, support caregivers, and strengthen family connections.
Yep.
And again, I could say, the places they sent me, Partnership for Strong Families, and what was the other one? Village Counseling Center, God knows, Meridian.
So it's kind of like to keep the families together in the home, keep families in the home, which is amazing. They need to do that anyways. They don't need to take these kids. So Title 4B and 4E is two totally different. Like the funding. So when they send these funds out, it's not just one big amount. Like, well, I mean, it is a big amount, but it's not one big lump sum of money that all goes into one thing. You know what I mean? So you got Title 4B,
the different aspect of the.
Right. So this act, this supporting children and American children and strengthening families, it falls under the Title 4B of the Social Security Act. Okay, so there is $75 million worth of funding, federal funding included in this act, so that the states have to meet certain requirements to get this and so they review those every 5 years, I believe it was. This is the first reform done in 15 years under the Title 4B of the Title 4B of the Social Security Act. We've had other, but this is. I mean, it's 15 years, y'all. So we go back 15 years and let's think what was going on 15 years ago in the CPS world and how messed up was it? How old was I then? I was 30, I was 25. Holy Toledo, I was young. Woo.
Well, that's what I was trying to think back. So, I mean, 9 years, the kids were 10 and 12 at that time.
The year 2000, because it's, it wasn't. No, that's wrong.
When Conan O'Brien used to do in the year 2000, and then even after it was like 2011, he still did the same sketch. That was funny.
So I guess when 15 years ago I was getting ready. I mean, that was my dark time right there. Because in 2011 I got shipped out to prison. So yeah, I can't really I know it wasn't nowhere near like it is now. Like when I went to court to do the guardianship for my kids with my family, I mean, the vibes, even the environment up there and the vibes are not even the same. Like now when you go up at the courthouse on the 3rd floor, it's like you're not even supposed to be up there or be at that office. The CPS, nothing. It's like it's a sin. If I show up, they're like, oh my gosh. It's like I'm not supposed to be there or something. The vibes have just changed.
I can tell you, 15 years ago, Little Chris would have been 5 years old. Okay, Sage would have been 7. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
So
15
yeah,
years ago.
so that's about 15 years ago. So it's 2025 now. So that's 2010. My son was born in '05. When was my youngest daughter was born in '09, and I
Okay.
barely ever heard about CPS. I never, even in
So
like in the
no, not
hospital
at
thing.
all. Not at all.
Yeah.
No.
So
Um,
I just want to tell y'all, like, and since 2019, it's gotten real. They've gotten real comfortable with this corruption stuff they're doing, and
well,
it's not
yeah.
cool. And
Because yeah, Christy was born in 2005 as well.
yeah.
He
So
actually was
my
born on
kids.
Halloween.
Okay, hold on.
Um, okay, what was she saying? Hold on, like she's
No,
calling you?
it was just somebody was coughing.
Oh,
I just
okay. I thought
muted it.
you were trying to
I'm sitting here.
look something up.
No, I got my computer out, but I'm gonna have to. I'm trading in between my
But the thing
chargers.
is like how you're talking about in 2019, yes, it was very bad because guess
They
what?
got real comfortable.
That's when all that stuff happened with me and Sage. I see you're being abused in a foster placement. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do as she asked. I got her out of there. She says, "Mom, I'm ready to go. Let's."
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been wondering where you
It's
were.
our
Like, can I?
baby. These are
Yeah,
kids. And
she actually told me she had her
if they
bags
were.
packed. She's been waiting for me. You know.
My son used to say he was going to come through the tablet screen. I said, son, I wish we could. Boy, I'd be out there in a heartbeat, son. Because they wasn't even going to help. Like, okay, I'm already, I struggle already with finances, you know. I mean, my mom passed away, and that was hard, and everything just all at one time, and they wasn't even trying to help me. I mean, not only did they make it hard for me to get to my son, and hard enough like having to see him over a video. Okay, I mean, you got to think. My mom passes away. My son's MIA. Don't know where my son is. I'm hectic trying to find my son. Don't know nothing. Didn't even know that he was where he was. I mean, and it's so you can just imagine how my mentality was at that time. My thinking. Um, I call it my stinking thinking.
Mhm.
Because let me tell you, you talk about some bad like triggers and just negative like negative things at that time, just because it was like, man, if things couldn't knock me off my feet, pull, like, you know what I'm saying, I couldn't tell. I must have hit a
It
wall or
was
something, because
knocking me
shit.
off my feet. Like I told you that one time I flew up against the wall. I swear to God.
Mm,
So the thing is that I didn't know what was going on with my kids. Okay. All I know
right.
is I seen my daughter in abusive foster placement. They throw me in prison.
Mm,
I'm sitting there wondering what's happening with my little boy and my little girl at this point. Right. I
yeah.
mean, it's not knowing. And what do you think that we're have post-traumatic stress disorder? We've got ADHD. We got everything you can imagine because of the trauma we've been through with the separation of our family.
Especially being incarcerated, and
Yeah.
they just, you don't know where you, like I was in that same situation. Like, I got locked up. I knew where my son was by that. Like, he had been taken into custody then. And what's crazy is he was with my family member for 2 months. Like, after my mom passed, he was there with her the whole time. So, and that's bad. Like, because I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he was mistreated, and I'm pretty sure that some kind of mistreatment happened from the family members, and I can imagine, because why would they isolate and keep him hidden, like it was it was bad if he was to see that, you know what I'm saying, and then to
Yes,
send
they
him
make
far
it
states
like,
away.
oh, this would be a horrible thing if your mom found you. Oh, why, not like, oh, hey, come on in, like, Sage has been dying to see you, or your kids have been dying to see you. No, it's not like that. It's like, oh my gosh, how can we keep it a secret where
So
we're keeping your children, you know?
let me tell you, what I can't understand is when they have these cases already figured out, documented. Okay, when I tell you they have the court documents already made, written up, and everything. Like my case, it's like my whole case was already wrote up, and they wasn't even sweating me. Like, shoot, they were gonna make sure I was gonna get sent off to prison. And this was after my mom passed away. So here's my son. You can already imagine what my son was thinking. Why? And you know what his big question was? Why am I? What I didn't hurt. I didn't do. I mean, why am I being punished? I didn't. I didn't know Meemaw was gone. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hurt Meemaw. And so my son's thinking that he's in trouble because of my mother's passing. Like he thinks I mean, and he even said, "Mom, I feel like I'm in prison." He's like, "Mom, I'm in that place like you was." What? Like, huh? And he's like, "Is it because of me, mom passing?" What, Alex? What? Like, why would a child ever have to feel like that? What? Since somebody, I mean, what? Can you imagine how these kids are feeling? That I mean, and nobody's no. I mean, his me mom, like she goes on the head. Me mom passes unexpectedly, and he's torn away from his home, the only home he knew, and his own grandpa his papa hadn't talked to him at all. Nobody's talked to him. He's wondering where his mom is at, and I'm fighting like hell to find him, you know. And could you imagine what was? But we experienced the death of the family, and yet we couldn't even grieve. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't even give my mother the respect and the proper type of memorial or anything in respect, and to give my goodbye, like say my goodbyes to my mother. And that's crazy, y'all. That I mean, because I really did get deprived of that, and that's messed up. That's my mama, and my mama did not deserve the disrespect that any of us gave her. But my mom would have understood, all right, but she would have went buck wild. Let me tell you, son. Woo! She look. You don't mess with the babies. You don't mess with the babies. You don't mess with her grandkids, and that's one thing about it. And you don't mess with the grandkids. You don't mess with the kiddos. My mama was a mama bear, and she was.
A lot
Huh?
of people would think, I mean, I've heard people say this, that my husband is so protective of the children, like when when their children are young, it's very protective of them. Always want to watch over them. We never, actually, our two youngest, actually, no, wait, I say all five of my children. Two of them were in daycare one time, like, because we had to go to this appointment. But the other ones were never in daycare at all. We always took personal responsibility for our own kids. We didn't live close to grandma and grandpa, so that wasn't an option either. So it was just,
I was always at my grandma's house. Ooh, every day. I got away with so much of my grandma's house. I was always there. But I was pop off.
And when I go and I read these discoveries of where my daughter had been staying and what the kids that have been staying with her in the same house, she says, "Oh yeah, when we go," she's telling the cops this some Abigail girl. We go to the Walmart and Sage always gets lost. I'm thinking, what in the world? I mean, especially, in nowadays, when you go to the store with the kid, you're going to have a hold of his hand or something, right?
Look, during Christmas, and you know how the malls get, y'all. Y'all know how the malls get at Christmas time back in the day. And I was young, and somehow I got away from my mama. And when I tell you, if it wasn't for this older woman grabbing my hand, because I was just I remember it. And my mama was hysterical because they couldn't find me, and these people are just around me, and like I was freaked. I mean, I was only like 5, 6 years old. Could you imagine your child? Yeah, and I still remember that. But boy, it was nice seeing my mama's face when she come running up to me and grabbed me, and all I did was somehow I wandered off. So after that, they had them slinky things, the bungee things where you put them on the wrist. and then the parent had them on. Look, she made sure to buy 3 of those. One for me, one for both my brothers. Let's do it. And yeah, she had all 3. We were always attached to Mama because she wasn't letting us get nowhere.
Those one things they used to have, they were like harnesses, like you would put on, like, and had a leash for a kid.
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen those. I mean, I'd rather have that to have my kid lost. I can tell you that.
Look, you know what they said? You know what they told somebody? That is a form of neglect. That's neglect or something. I said, what? I cannot. That's like it's neglect. I'm neglecting my child if I
sometimes it's necessary. I would think when I first seen that, I
mean,
thought,
when
that's
I
kind of
was younger.
weird. You know, I thought that's kind of weird. But then when you think about it, hey, I have to have a certain type of control over this child while it's in a public setting, something like that. You know,
back when I was growing up, things were way different than what they are now. I mean, it even down in South Georgia. Let me tell you, I live down in South Georgia, and do you know down there compared to North Georgia? I don't know where it was different at because I was in the same state. But did you know down in South Georgia they don't look? They'll let you. What would you say? They'll let you like spank your child, and they don't consider. I said. No, I said, I'll pass on that. I mean, I ain't going. They said, well, I said, that is not. I mean, so up here in North Georgia, they don't go for that. No. And your oldest was a runner, Athena. She had a leash when we were out. Yeah, a cute little. Right. They had cute little leashes. When my mama bought me the plain one though. I just had a plain blue one, I think it was. And then my younger brother would try to take off and run, and that thing was a bungee. Well, it'd pull him back, and at least he didn't take out the buggy cart thing like he did one time. Shoo!
Oh my!
I think, look, my brothers are a mess. Like that's the good old days, y'all. I mean, I'm dead, but times they have changed. Brenda, you guys sing for us. Times they are changing.
I still recommend that movie, that whatever that, when they redid talking about the Bob Dylan story. That's a pretty good movie.
Oh yeah, I know.
Hopefully if you like that music.
Times they are changing. I don't know who sings that song.
I think Bob Dylan, I'm telling you.
Then look, we having a deja vu moment about that show that night. And I'm talking about I need it on a silver spoon, or I'm getting handed some song. I don't even know.
To speak of that, okay, I can tell you that back in the day, it used to be the folk songs is how people would tell their stories through music. And that's what folk songs were about. And then that was the kind of like this movie where it shows Bob Dylan coming in. At first, he's a folk song singer telling his story through music. And, a lot of the hippies did that too, as well as this is how they're expressing. I mean, don't they even express it in rap music? Like, so many.
Well, no,
you can do it in music, but you can't do it in a cartoon.
Down the street in my sticks, though. I'm just kidding, boys. I'm not even gonna go there. I love Eazy-E. Eazy-E was my back in the day. Cruising down the street in my sticks, though. I'm just kidding. Look, I know. There's some songs I do know by heart, y'all, and I know every word. I promise you. Achy Breaky Heart with Billy Ray Cyrus. My good, don't make fun of me. I'm sorry. It's okay. Can't Touch This by MC Hammer. I know. All around the world, from London to the Bay. It's a Hammer. And the rest can go. Can't Touch This. Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice. And
I'll go with the fucking one guy. Sorry for my language. Ice Baby, so cold. And then they started to figure out that he stole the music from Queen because it was
back to the brain invention. Something grabs hold me tightly for I get in that stop. Yo, I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow to the. Oh my gosh, y'all tell me to stop. I need singing lessons. I'm sorry. Anybody?
Well,
Don't run off now, y'all. Don't run off.
Is saying something now. Come on, Danielle. As she got older, she kept the backpack, and the tail
The leash.
was put
Mhm.
away. Oh, wait a minute.
Look,
What
do
did
you
I
remember?
miss?
She was talking about the leash. The leash, like when her daughter was.
Oh, because her
Yeah.
oldest was a runner. See, okay, there you go.
They had the leashes. Like, I just muted myself. I just
Oh, she's
muted
saying
myself.
it was a cute little bear backpack.
They had-
That's right. I do remember those. They started making them like little characters and everything.
They like teddy bears or a frog or something, and then they made the girly like it wasn't like the Brat dolls because our
I mean,
babysitters loved
wouldn't
it.
you, like, if you were taking care of an autistic child, do you think you might want to put one of these on them when you're going to the store and not let them get lost at Walmart? I mean, what happens if she
I
gets
have to
lost
show you
and
that
then she's
video.
lost? You think they would have reported it to us that my
No.
child was lost at Walmart? No, because my rights were already terminated. So I guess
Did
I
I
have
ever
no
see some
business knowing
video?
what's going on with my own child.
Did I ever show y'all that video where my son was the one that they did it's called Project Lifesaver, and it's the local sheriff's department in the same county that we lived in, and he had it on since he was little, and they come out every month, and it's like a little watch, right? It looks like, I mean, it's kind of like this. Hold on. Oops. Oh, that's I need that. See, it's kind of like this. It looks like this. It's kind of like a little Fitbit, but it's just a white watch. My son, and he'd wear it. And what it is it's like a locator. If he eloped or ran away, they can track him. You know what I'm saying? But my son was slick, and he'd always go through the woods and stuff wherever he went. Because he knew, and I never taught him this. Wink, wink. You know, my bad. But he knocked off the signal, little turd. You know, he's too smart for his own britches. You know what I'm saying? Smart boy, very smart boy. But he, and whenever I mean, come on, this is the same kid that when he's 5, 6 years old, running up the on ramp to get on the highway in rush hour traffic. I don't know how he got away from my mother and over the fence, but he's waving at the helicopter and everything while traffic's backed up. There are people trying to go home, and he's trying to get to the water tower over there. What? Like, Alex, what are you doing? But yeah, he made the news all right. He sure did. Like barefoot and all. But he just had this water tower thing. Like he loved water. And
Shoot, when we lived in Maine, there used to be a lot of those water towers. We would go like all together. Like that'd be an adventure for us to take the kids, and we go up on the water tower. It was
we want to go see the skyscrapers in Atlanta. He always loved going for rides. And they go, you know, us and the family, we'd go to rides to the mountains. He loves the mountains. And like when he was out at that facility, he liked, I mean, I know he loved the van rides. You know what I'm saying? I must be freezing up again, y'all. Am I?
Yeah, you're freezing up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, close that up again. I'm gonna, and my phone is about to die, y'all. So if it does go out, I was gonna show y'all a video. Okay, I was gonna show y'all a video, but good, huh?
Oh, you're gonna show us a video now?
No, because I was, but I'm good. Because my phone's the stuff's acting up, and I don't want to look.
Well,
I gotta clean out my storage space on my phone.
Did you get started at 10:30 or what happened? Like.
No, why? We started after 11. I mean, after 10:30. It was like 10:40, I think. We've already been on here 40 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
time flies when you're having fun.
Right. Look, right. And man, I tell you, where's the time going? I can't believe it. It's already 2025, man. I've been graduated for 20 years.
I gotta get up and do some meat packing tomorrow. I don't know about you guys.
Oh Lord, you gotta go to the butcher. Are you working there tomorrow? You gonna go try it out?
I am. It's my second day of a tryout. I'm trying it out.
Look, we're being productive, everybody. Look, I had an interview and it went really well. And because I've been out of work for 2 years ever since my mother passed, and I finally got to a spot in my
Did I
life where I
encourage you to get going doing it? Did I encourage this behavior, Danielle?
yeah, you and Naylor, yeah, because like
Oh,
the phones
yeah.
were quiet, and I'm like, man, I need somebody to talk to, and nobody's home. Hello, like nobody. Where's phone line got really quiet? Because look, when I
Hey,
tell you,
and
Carrie used to call me. Carrie we'd be talking from the
um,
butt crack of dawn before the sun come up. Let
tell
me tell you.
you when, Tanya, when I'm not on the phone with you, sometimes I feel lost. I'm like, oh my gosh, what do I do
Look,
with myself?
see how she is. See she and then she calls me and she'll send me a text like, why ain't you answering the phone, Danielle? You better answer. I'm like, listen to her, Brenda. Wow.
Now, wait a second. I never had said that. Like,
She
even if
did
I ring your phone
today.
and
You
you
did.
don't pick up, I just hang up. I'm like, okay, something's going on.
Today when the Chris was calling, you said, Danielle, make sure you answer. I said, I will. I guess because I do have a bad habit, y'all. Like my notifications and my ringer it stays off.
Now that I
It's like
said.
I'm such a butt if I get woke up. If I'm in a deep sleep and I'm getting a good
Oh
rest,
my
man,
gosh.
let me tell you, I'm bad.
Don't let your friend Herbert know you're taking a deep sleep because
Yeah, Herbert's a
he'll
mess.
wake
Herbert
you
is
dead. I swear.
Herbert's a mess. We gotta let Herbert know. Yeah, we did that show that night.
He never messaged me all day long, but somehow in the middle of the night,
He's up because that's when he does is like he talks on. I mean, me and Herbert have talked for like 3 hours on the phone one. And I'm like, I said, Herbert, I said, ain't it bedtime? I said, because I'm going cross-eyed, buddy. I said, because he'll talk. But Herbert, what's cool about Herbert is Herbert's wanting to learn. He wants to know the ins and outs of this whole CPS world because why is it if it's a system that's built to protect families and strengthen families and help families and it's a broken system that's hurting families. Well, here comes the law enforcement side of Herbert. He wants to know why and what can be done to fix it and what
right?
and what
Because he was trained right.
hmm,
He was trained
hmm,
to serve and protect, and that's what he does, and that's what everybody was supposed to do.
so,
But then what
so
happened, you know?
and I like how he has the passion and the drive to want to learn this knowledge and gain more knowledge. It's all Joe says it's all about the money. The feds give money to the state. It's going to be really hard to do a reform. I think. Yeah, Joe, it is. And it has money, man. That money, money is greed. It's
Right? And do you see
money
these
is
people
greed.
that are getting fired from like departments, these
I think.
Department of Education or whatever? And they're crying. And guess what? I'm crying because I don't have my kids. You know, they think, oh, they're having it rough. Well, God
Debbie's,
forbid, why didn't you do your job like you were paid to do? You know?
look, Debbie has a monkey backpack with the thing. Those are the cool ones. I had a monkey when I was little. Those are fun. Look, the monkey with the leaf.
Oh, you know
She's got
what?
it for her grandbaby.
You
That's
guys just
awesome.
remind me of that. Sage did have one of those. It was a monkey. I forgot about that. And I forgot you can unattach the I don't like to call it a leash, but that's what it was. It was like
I mean,
it was you said you
look,
had one that like was like a
bungee. It was like a bungee thing, but
yeah, I
you
never
could come
seen those
attached. So
ones.
no, look, because I was like that was the dinosaur age. That was when I was like I'm ancient. You know what I mean? Like this
That's
was
right. That's right.
yeah. When I was little, it was the Popples and the Cabbage Patch dolls and stuff like that. I had. I don't know if y'all
Yeah,
ever
we're
heard the
talking about a 30-year difference. I mean, they improved it throughout the years, I'm
I
sure.
told you it was a dinosaur age, Brenda. Don't tell everybody how old I am. I'm just kidding, y'all. So Debbie said she likes it and keeps showing it. So, and I'll tell you the stuff that was made, everything that was made like when I was growing up, and because think when I went to school, we didn't have phones, cell phones. Oh, there's Naylor. Naylor back with the info with the street justice. Is it street justice? We're gonna
The
make a. We're
Children's
gonna make a.
Bureau said, under the
Yeah.
direction of the chief, to be
Oh,
appointed by the president with the
mhm.
advice of the consent of the Senate.
Did you hear that?
It's 42 USC, Chapter 6, the Children's Bureau from Title 42, the Public Health and Welfare 192, Chief of Bureau Investigations and Report. This is coming to you. CPS, breaking news.
It's breaking all right because it's
I
making my
think it's a roll.
screen freezing up. Naylor. It's Naylor. I love it how I do want to say thank you to everybody for joining us tonight. I know the last couple of days have been off a little bit because I was not expecting a call at 11:30 yesterday, last night, and saying, "Hey, can you run the shows for me?" And I'm like, there goes my anxiety, y'all. And I think I handled it pretty well though. So, but, I wouldn't be me coming in these shows if I didn't mess up something at least once. That's why I just leave mine plain and simple. It's a screen, and I just press go live. Let's do it. That's all I got to do.
Yeah.
Everybody else.
Sometimes I think that's what people are waiting for. They don't like too much anticipation. I mean, we heard the music. Come on, we can have a whole day of music some other time. Let's get to the business, right?
Yeah, I'll play a song, and I need to switch up, make some more music, I guess. But I turn the countdown on and then play the song, and then boom, here comes Danielle.
Yeah.
She's
I like the way you do that. I think that's the way to do it.
Okay, that show, my podcast started. It was me. Carrie. She didn't want to go live. Okay, she was not. But our first show ever, I sent her the wrong link. I didn't know. I didn't know, and she was like popped up on the screen, and yeah, well, that's how it all started. Our show. She said, "How did this become the Carrie and Danielle show?" I said, "I don't know, but here we are." So my show, I don't know if y'all know the back history of my show. I started it in December. I believe it was December of last year, wasn't it? It was last year, wasn't it, Brenda? Yeah. And I knew Carrie. Carrie was the one. Carrie was the backstage person that took care of everything. We got to connect the dots here. Naylor, you got me. I thought it was a crossword puzzle, my friend. I'm sorry. Shit. He said connect the dots. Okay, here we go. We got to start right here. The Children's Bureau, the Bureau said child investigator report, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. That's Robert. That's RFK. No, it's not. He is he's over the Health and Human Services, Amy?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Is the Secretary of it?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah, that's
and upon all matters pertaining to the welfare of children and child life among all. Hold on, let's make sure I'm caught up. Where I got lost.
I know why I couldn't see the chat earlier. You know why? Because I went into my own thing. Nobody's watching from Brenda.
You know what he said? Okay, RFK, HHS, ACF, Children's Bureau. Wait a minute. Did you just connect the dots, Mary? ACF. What's ACF? What was ACF?
Joe D says, have you heard of Institute for Justice? Hello. Oh. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
What is it? What's Institute for Justice?
Institute for Justice. It has something to do, I think, okay, maybe I could be wrong. Does it have something to do with the Department of Justice? Institute for Justice.
Who? The Institute?
I'm not sure.
Does it have to do with the administrative law? What's ACF? I had a brain fart, y'all. What is it?
He
said connect the dots. I know.
Program is administrated by the Children's Bureau within the Administration of Children and Families. I think it's just abbreviation, Administration for Children and Families.
Children and Families. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of like, okay, I got it. So
no official or agent representative of said bureau over objection to the head of the family enter any house exclusively as a family residence.
Program is administered by the children and Institute for Justice. So the Children's Bureau, I mean the Administration for Children and Families is within the United States Health and Human Services. He said connect. What did he say? Connect us dots from what I just posted.
Right.
He said connect.
Are you looking up something? Because can you look up this Institute of Justice? I don't have my extra phone.
Naylor said connect the dots. So it's RFK, and he's the one over Health and Human Services. So he's the one we should be hitting up, right? Like, hey, we need to get in deal.
Naylor, check out what the Institute for Justice is, please.
I'm looking it up right now, but RFK is the dude I need to hit up. I'm gonna call him tomorrow and say, hey, you know this crazy girl over here on the podcast? Yeah, that's me. I'm just
Right, yeah.
Me and Miss Green.
When I call, it's like me. I like blah 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 blah. I jab.
I still talk to the congressman, Mr. Loudermilk, and yes, and I really do think that once this stuff gets in a more organized way, like say if we do this movement, I really do feel like he is going to come aboard. I'm telling you. And yes, because he is, this man is, look, I'm rooting him on. I'm all for it. Let's run it. He keeps in contact. His helper, like the people that work under him in his office, they're great. And
it's almost like if we could find somebody like this, Mr. Loudermilk in every state, there's got to be somebody in these positions.
There's your state representatives. Your state, the ones down in the Capitol. Your state representatives.
I'm telling you, I have had no luck in Florida at all for years, and years.
No. And I don't stalk them. I don't do nothing. I don't stalk them. I don't do all that. I send them emails. John Ossoff. I talked to John Ossoff just Monday. As a matter of fact, this week.
What do you say? You talked to him or his office?
No, I talked to him. John Ossoff.
You did?
Yes, John Ossoff. I've talked to you before because when he did that 13-month investigation on the foster care system in Georgia and stuff, well, I was one of them parents that was in that investigation but they totally, like, that's when DFCS was just saying they kept giving us the same answers, and I told them I called him and he answered for me. They kept in contact with me, but they kept saying that they always say they can't get involved on the legality side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't interfere. I have to go back and read the emails. But yes, I just had to put in not a whistleblower, a message for help with my brother, because my brother is disabled. He can't get no help for nothing. My brother can't get nothing. He's got to go see a doctor. He's got lymphedema in his leg. He was born with it. His legs swell up. He's got to be seen by a doctor. And I pay out of pocket for everything for him. And then, I mean, he don't even get Social Security. He don't get no help. They want to sit there and bicker back and forth, the state and then the Social Security. Well, if he's got an open Social Security claim, the state won't give him insurance. Well, it's like a lose-lose, and it sucks. So I reached out to John. He's like, well,
I don't know how long without no food stamps and at all. Like it's
Institute for Justice is a non-profit public interest law firm in the United States that fights for constitutional rights and limited government power. Joe, how did you know about this, sir? This is awesome. This is a good thing. It's a 501c. I have to check this out. Boy, I learn stuff from y'all every day. This is great. And he done beat me to it over there. Naylor, let's catch up with Nate. The United States Children's Bureau is a federal agency that is organized under the United States. Okay, so y'all hear that? The Children's Bureau is a federal agency that's under the United States Health and Human Services. Y'all see that? Who come in? Nobody? Brenda, was that you?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just talking smack. Let me go. Okay. But no official or agent or representative said the Bureau shall over the objection of the head of the family, enter any house used exclusively as a family residence. So they can't enter our home. They can't intrude in our home. They have. Oh, there's Naylor. Oh yeah. Where you at, buddy? Are you in here, Naylors? Where you at, Naylors? There you go. Naylor?
Hey.
Are you here, Naylor?
Yes, I'm here.
Here you are. Okay. Hey.
Read what I posted, but no official.
Let me mute my mic.
Or agent or representative of your family, whether it be mom or dad, any house used exclusively as a family residence. This is my castle. HHS, ACF, all those people in the home, because you're a representative of the Children's Bureau. You're a representative of HHS. If they come to your door, tell them no.
So you're talking about the CPS workers.
Right. Authority. They have no authority. It says it right there. I gave you where to go to at house.gov. I gave you the statute.
Look,
USC 5, section 01. Everybody should know that one. That's what Darren has taught about. That's what Punisher's taught about. Tiffany and them, they've talked about it. I'm just bringing it to y'all doing it tonight. But that's important for everyone to realize. They have no standing authority over your objection. It doesn't say whether a court rules. It doesn't say a court can have jurisdiction. It plainly says they have no right to come in over your objection.
Who wants to say something? What? Okay, listen, guys. I would say.
But also, I was gonna say this too. Whoever is serious out there, and I don't want my words to be misconstrued from the last show. I said aggressively email. I didn't mean to make your emails aggressive. Okay, not. Okay.
Don't twist his words, people.
Use your words wisely. Remember, some of us have spent time in jail. There are some of us who have a special significant other who's doing 15 years in prison over words. So choose your words wisely. Pick your battles. This is a war. This is not just a battle. This isn't a game. This is real life with real people that have real kids that are in danger. And if you want to be a warrior, step up, be a warrior. Aggressively attack your congressman. Aggressively attack them with paperwork, with emails. Flood them. Coordinate with other people. Get help. Coordinate. Execute. Make a plan. Execute. Get with other people. Create other plans. Develop a militia of knowledge and execute your power. As the Constitution has said, we have the right to redress our government, and we should do such in an aggressive manner with paperwork, phone calls, whatever it takes, but not to be physically aggressive.
But maybe very much the phone call part of this whole thing.
Yeah, my signal keeps going.
Threats.
Oh.
Yeah.
They took your phone calls as threats?
Yeah. Or harassment.
That's okay.
Danielle, we're going to keep that
I went to jail for. Well, I went to jail for 319 days over text messages, so I understand.
It's just this thing.
I know.
Too loud.
It's too loud. The only person we can hear good right now is Naylor. Naylor, you got the floor.
Okay, well, like I was saying, everybody needs to, if everybody who's watching this show, if you're serious, develop a militia, develop your people around you, reach out, reach out to the show, reach out to us. I'm serious. We are allowed underneath the Constitution to have a regulated militia, even if it's by the people. And the best way to do one is to arm yourself with a pen and a piece of paper, that keyboard and that computer screen, the cell phone and Google, DuckDuckGo. You can do so much with this little bit of technology we have now. There's AI, there's all kinds of different ways to attack your cases, to get motivated, to organize. And that's what we really need to do is come together and organize. That's where I'm at with it.
And that's why
Yeah.
nobody,
That's why,
like with these movements and stuff,
like, nobody, like, with these movements and stuff,
just run with it, get
I say,
50, the
just
50 states,
run with it,
and they can
the
just
only
Danielle,
thing-
it's an
go
echo.
their own way.
and Danielle,
Echo, echo, echo.
Well,
Hold on, I'm gonna do it a different way. Hold on.
there was one.
hold on.
Well, there was once a time that I knew a gentleman, and I'm just going to call him S for now. And then there was another person that I knew, and I'm going to call her L. And so L went out to this court case to see how S was being handled in the family law court system, which was atrocious in the state of Texas. But they were both former military members, but they went to support each other in their cases. And that's what we need to do is if you're somewhere around, you need to go with that person and watch that court case. You need to be there to help document what goes on. That's the biggest thing is if you know 4 or 5 people that can go with you to a case, or maybe you know other people that are in cases, start showing up together, start standing there together. I had a guy come with me, and this is as funny as it can get. I was a cook. Some people call me chef. I just consider myself a cook. I brought my dishwasher to court. They let my dishwasher sit next to me when my attorney didn't show up because they thought he was an advocate because he was dressed like me, wearing all black with these designer clothes that were actually just chef clothes. They let him sit next to me 4 times, and he said his name 4 times. They never asked who he was. They never asked what he represented. And on the 5th time of being in court, I said, y'all have got to be kidding me. You've let my dishwasher sit here the entire time. They said, he's a what? My dishwasher, the guy who gives me the most support every time I'm in the kitchen. And he sits here so he can document what's going on. I brought a dishwasher to court. And I would die for my dishwasher. I'm not disrespecting dishwashers out there. The one job I don't want to do is wash dishes when I'm cooking. I love that man. He helped me out. I can't make this up. I had a dishwasher sit next to me. He was like, "Hey, chef, you want some help?" I was like, "I need all the eyes I can get." He goes, "I'm the only one off in the kitchen tomorrow along with you. I will go with you and help you." And when he saw what happened, he did. He told the people after court, "I am disgusted by every one of you, including you with a badge. You let this happen. This is disgusting." He goes, I wouldn't feed you the food that fell off the floor, and I don't even like you. I hate every one of you. I wouldn't feed you the food off the floor. So, organize. Get people to go with you to court. Document it. Especially people outside of it. Let fresh eyes see what's really going on. That's the only way we can bring light to it is educate the ones that are what we call the normies, the normal people, the ones that aren't going through this. But that's all I have to say on that. I'm going to let you wonderful ladies keep going on with your show.
There we go. Are y'all here? I don't know what happened to everybody. Where's Brenda? All right, everybody. Hold on. I'm trying to see if y'all can hear. Can y'all hear me? Did I kick myself out?
I can hear you.
Okay. So what I was saying earlier was like that movement just to get. Oh, there's Brenda. There she is. Hold on, let me add her. For some reason, y'all, my network is all messed up and it's bad. I don't know what's going on. I guess everybody's on the internet here at the house. But the movement, like it's just to go ahead and get the ball rolling. So because that's the thing, nobody's bringing attention to these things. Hello, hello, Miss Martin. How are you? Welcome in. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying, y'all. But yeah, and I think that because I mean I believe because that act, that supporting children and act that was just signed by Biden, they're not talking about it, and nobody's saying that they've even. And you know what? For them to enforce it and start implementing it, they're not in a rush to do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, has anybody heard of that at all at the beginning of this year? Chris, did you
That's
ever
what
hear
you
it?
call dragging their feet, right? Dragging their feet.
Oh, hold on. Let me mute my
I'm
mic.
getting too much of an echo. I'm gonna take out of here, guys. I'm going. It's too much an echo for me. Thank you for including me. Thanks for everybody joining. I'm gonna head out, and tomorrow I'm doing another show, bringing it back. Be there, be square, right? Is that what we're saying? All right. Thank you, Danielle.
Thanks.
What's going on?
Mr. Gunner.
Hey, I'm thinking I'm getting a lot of feedback on my end. It's my computer. Oops.
Hold on, let me see what I can do here. I think Naylor's his mic's on.
Oh, and
But
maybe I
he's
need
got
to.
no screen. Is he on
Yeah, he's
with you?
on. It's just
He's on. I keep muting myself.
okay.
Yeah, there's an echo somewhere. No, I was just I've had an interesting day, so it's been very learned, as they say. So, um, one, there's a few things we're working on, big stuff, and I'm telling you guys, stay tuned, because there may be a rally or something coming up. We're going to tell you about that. If when I say you need to be there, you need to be there. This is going to be a worldwide event type shit. The gloves come off, the truth comes out, and it's going to should be the biggest rally you've ever seen in your life. There's a lot of guests that are looking to be there, support. From my understanding, we can't. We're working on confirming all this right now, but supposedly Struggling Jennings is on board for this rally. We're getting a few other people together, and basically, what this is going to be is sharing basically with the whole world what has been going on in this country, and that there has been a case filed proving and backing this up, saying, yes, we have the evidence that everybody can look at, and look, this is your way to get out of the way for a lot of people hear that thing, Rooker versus Feldman, right? Okay, you guys, you have trouble with that case and everything else. There's a way around it. You don't have to go that way, and actually, it's actually more beneficial to you not to avoid it. There's a way to avoid it altogether on how you put your complaint together. When this comes in and the evidence is turned in and everything else with it, this evidence shows 100% with a case of treason and sedition by an entire state to steal children, to where the state has literally given up all your rights in your state to allow CPS to come into your home. We have found out that it's in their books, their policies, their procedures. We have even found their training manuals, that they have a class called How to Gain Entry into a Difficult Home, is what it's been labeled. And we found out also upon investigation that yes, law enforcement has been taking in these classes too. It's been a training seminar that they pay these people to come in and train your officers and CPS and everything else workers. This is how you do stuff like that. And a big convention. This is where they show them all the new toys and everything for the department and all the other things that they can get, or new handcuffs. I mean, they send some people to these little conventions. Well, part of those conventions usually comes with a training seminar, kind of like an update. And they've already caught one cop that was caught teaching unconstitutional stuff out on the East Coast. Some of you guys can go look that up. Yeah, it was a training facility. And come to find out, I think the guy used to be on cops, but I think they something about he got dismissed for police brutality or something like that. You'll have to look up the story.
And he was teaching.
But yeah, it was that bad. And now he's doing a training seminar as an independent contractor, training everybody else. This is the way it is, and this. Why? Because I did it for so many years, and I retired, and you know, and this, because this is how we protect our officers, was the point of view. So what it did is, with companies like that, it forced that thing of the public doesn't like you, or the thin blue line movement was, they took that over and hijacked it. And this is what most people don't understand. This is all connected, and a lot of your law enforcement right now are confused because they don't realize what they've been given as an order to stand by or stand back or aid is a constitutional rights violation.
You're talking about when the CPS?
Yeah, when it comes down to rubber meets the road. So this is not just one place. It's all 50 states. And like I said, the evidence is, they're talking about the evidence coming out, all of it for you to decide. This is a peaceful rally. This is not one of those, it's that. We will talk constitutional, but let me put it to you this way. We are going to make our outcry. We're going to make it strong, and we have the evidence to back it up, to prove this and to show it to the people. And the rest is one. This is our cry. We want to be heard. You want your voice to be heard. Why? Now we have the hard evidence this stuff is actually happening, and the right way to get it and get it in. And there is a court case going in with it, like I said, with the evidence. So it's going to be on file soon in a federal court.
Yep.
That's what I'm telling you guys. This is almost over.
It's time to step up and voice yourself and get it out.
They want to take, and they're busy with a lot of things, you know what I'm saying, that's going on. And once we find out more, you guys are going to love it. But I was thinking how far back all this evil goes.
Very far.
And here's the thing I don't think most people get, and this is what it's done to us that we've always questioned growing up, was who shot JFK? That was something real in our time, and always asked, what the hell happened to our president? How did this happen here and there? Now we have seen the evidence that his driver turned over the shoulder and popped to see the spray of a president, and to find out the vice president was the one that took out a contract on him and became that's the corporation. That's how much they didn't want us to know this stuff. They were willing to kill for it, and they didn't want the information out. It's out now. We know. So how the hell can you do that to the president, and take over the presidency? That's what that shows. That shows and proves a dark shadow government, what Trump has been talking about. And I'm sorry, it's not Trump or this or that. I'm just going with the man's going with the Constitution, and he's taking it where it goes. And I'm on board for that.
He's bringing out
100%.
What we need to know.
Because we got to say it's got to stop. And here's the evidence. What more do you need? Now what? But guys, we'll keep you informed about that. But that was how much that impacted my mind, that now we know. So what does that say? Now that it's not a question, we know.
It makes you
what
question.
The hell is that going to do?
It's going to.
I mean, listen, everybody's heard. I mean, that and other things getting released in this. I mean, everybody, Epstein. Hell, Epstein. Here's this.
What
the hell? Killed a president. Here, this is all the stuff that what? Who? The government, our elected and appointed officials,
the people that we trust to be in the power. That
really should scare the shit out of us.
Yeah, definitely. But we're powerful, and we need to step up and take our country back. Like this is.
Oh yeah.
We don't. This is not how it's supposed to be. I mean, it's supposed. It's all a control thing. It's all a control thing. Control. They want control.
So let me guess who you were talking about when you said those police officer training companies. It's just one company you're talking about called Street Cop Training, isn't it?
There are multiples. Some on the East Coast, some on the West Coast. Eastern America. So I do know that. I know basically they just solicited those. We've got the qualifications or whatever. Your officers get. This is how deep it was. Then they go back because those training officers, right? Who do they send? Training officers, right? They go hey, this is the new stuff, and this is the way we're going to do it. And they're listening. This is okay. This is training. This is protocol. This is code now.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go back to their say, hey, they said we could do that. Officer said this, and he's our trainer. We have to listen. That's how far they have penetrated law enforcement. That's what we're talking about. We know about it.
And just think that how far they took it to cover it up, that's
why we're against each other, though. You know what I'm saying?
They want us to be against.
Everybody has this, and then it went to the blue line thing, and they went to a couple other things, and they're like, hey, this and that. And it's like, but how much of this is constitutional you're even doing?
Right.
What authority and what actually do you have?
Right.
Because if I don't contract, and unless you've suckered me into a contract with the state, that's the only way you can operate with me. And then we busted you guys on the other things of saying, hey, the Constitution itself says the original jurisdiction belongs in the Supreme Court, not Supreme Court of the state,
Supreme Court
of the federal.
Mm-hmm.
That a state can't be on the other side versus this and that. You have to be in a federal court, or it's unconstitutional. It says it right in there.
Supreme Court has jurisdiction.
That's an illegal court. That's how much has been going on. That is illegal.
That was
I mean, this has been going on for decades, guys.
Right. What you just said was under Article 2 or 3? No. What you just said about the state. I know it's I remember it was Article something and then subsection 2.
Yeah, I went back to the original and read it in the original cursive. It's amazing when you can look at it and see it hasn't been tampered with. Oh yeah, some of you can't do that, can you? Congratulations. Now you know how the Department of Education has done to help with you, dumbing you down. They've not been educating.
No. And
they know it's coming because they can feel it falling apart. All these infrastructures are going crazy. They don't know what to do.
Right.
And the people have had enough.
They got lazy and they stopped. I mean, I know they don't even teach you how. I mean, it was hard trying to learn how to write in cursive growing up. Now they don't even do that now.
You talked about, what article and everything else. Here it is. This is the Constitution, people. And I need you to listen attentively. Listen. Very good. Article 3, Section 2, Clause 2 explicitly grants the Supreme Court, which is federal, original jurisdiction in cases in which a state shall be a party. What is your stuff with all your kids and all this other stuff? It was you versus the state. And then what happens? CPS is a representative of the state. How is this a fair trial?
Right.
It's not.
It's not. They're not. They're a party.
Oh, here's another thing. The lower state courts and everything else, this is why. because they can't adjudicate what? On constitutional stuff. Because what? Constitutional stuff, they're not going to tell you, is common law.
Common, yep.
Oh,
Yep.
well, how many common
Supreme
law
Court.
courts you got? Some of your states have some,
Mm-hmm.
but the others, they're not.
Mm-mm.
These were supposed to be the ones that were supposed to be helping the judicial, giving permission, saying, hey, lighten your caseload. Or the state's sovereignty to govern themselves over what? Commercial stuff, not of us.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Everybody talks about, well, this, I said, it's right here. How many times you've been dragged in for this or that? I mean, with people you hear, not just CPS, all this other stuff. Well, we have the right to this. You've taxed the hell out of us for this and that for our roads, and yet they look like shit. Why isn't somebody on it daily to fix this? That I mean, you pay enough for it.
Right.
I know the commercial tax on everything for the truckers are paying for it.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
is it getting done? That's misappropriation of funds.
I know my insurance pays for it when I hit the potholes on the road. Because
I mean, all these things. These are things affecting
so-
every American, and they're so frustrated. And they're why we're not meant to live this way.
and
We're meant
now
to be under the Constitution.
and,
That's the
and,
ultimate law of the
Mhm.
land. That's it.
and like now we go back and think about all those times that we had the unanswered questions that we were like, and we just have to just went with the flow, and now it's all falling into place.
Yeah. What do you do?
Brainwashed.
Yeah, exactly. What do you do when you get married? You go what? Go get a what? Marriage license, right?
License, right?
Why did you include a third party with your marriage? What's that got to do with anything to your
Wait.
marriage? But wait a minute. Yeah, that's how they get control. You're contracting with the state. They have to contract with that. Your kids are looked at as assets. That's
Right.
why they get
That's
control,
what-
because
yeah.
they look at it like that.
It's all money.
And they
all
put it
about
in their statutes and codes like they were product. Oh, you getting the picture
billing,
now?
like they're billing, like they bill our. It's sickening. It's sickening to ever think that a child has a price over their head.
Here's the scary part. They not only want in your home, but even if you're a family member, before you can get custody of the kid, even though it's supposed to go to familiar, we have to check everything. Well, we need to get into your house.
Mm.
Wait, what?
Right.
For me to get kin, blood,
Yep.
you have to violate my Fourth Amendment rights?
They did it to my.
That's a
for
little
my-
thing.
for
you
my
can check
adult
background.
my
You can do
adult
this
son.
and that, but as far as my house, that ain't none of your fucking business. If I prove I have enough financial or anything to take care of the child, that's where the argument ends.
Yep.
And that's where the familiars are supposed to, but no, they hold on to them. Why? There's more in what? Foster care.
Right.
They'll keep you in the system, even breaking their own rules, saying, hey, you have to have this done in so many days. And then they do your court date, what? 3-4 months out.
Yep.
And they do that shit on purpose. Well, we're
And then
backed up.
They give
You
you
ain't
new
backed
right,
up.
right, and then they
It
give you
says
new
your
stuff to
rules, you
do.
have this much time or end your shit and get gone. You couldn't even follow that fucking rule. Well, we've got to. That's not the. We'll just do the preliminary thing or whatever and do the thing. And that's where they try to coax you into the contract, or they've got you coerced or threatened or forged, to contract, because that's the only way you can deal with the state.
Right.
And it's happening. It's not an isolated incident.
No,
Just
it's a
listen to
national
everybody.
crisis. It's a national. I mean,
All of this is going on, and when you can talk about it and say the right words, my Fourth Amendment rights were violated because I never gave permission. When they come in and say,
Right.
well, I'm from the state and this and that, most of you will turn around and say, guess what? Oh, well, they're from the state. They have to come in. No.
Mm-mm.
Your Fourth Amendment right says you have to. And what do? They turn that on you. Well, they fought me. You know how many people are punished for exercising their constitutional rights to say no to CPS without them crying to a judge or a magistrate and lying because they have no firsthand knowledge to take your kids?
That have been in the criminal system, like that are felons maybe, or like myself, they try to use that because when you're committed, when you're on that Fourth Amendment, because on the criminal side, but I have it on the civil side.
Once they put you in there, and like I said, you've been locked down, your rights
And
are
they
gone. I mean, that's
and
what
a
they
lot
tell
of
you. I mean, it's done.
a lot of
They
people
break
that are
people with
convicts,
prisons.
you're right, and they don't tell you that. Like, I can tell you right now, like, I've never knew I had rights. I thought that once I got when I put out the probation, I thought that was just it. I mean, it was
Listen,
I had and
when everybody
2 years.
realizes and starts listening to all the stories, that's going to be the thing. Everybody's going to have a story to tell, and then everybody's going to listen. And because then everybody's going to be awake and saying, I don't care. You took, it was so bad. Why did you have to violate constitutional rights to do it?
Right.
That makes it what? Illegal.
Oh, yeah.
100%. It makes it unconstitutional. And then what they're doing is placing them from one home over into another home. Into what? A bad environment.
Yep.
That's not your beliefs. That's not your culture. They're avoiding familiar placements to keep your family together, because the idea is to divide you and move that is not to get the kids home. It's to keep them in there for the foster care as much as they can and get you into so many public resources that can have other access to that Title IV. Now, it's not D, but once again, there's one in there for running psychiatric treatment and everything else. Those CAC centers, they run right off that money.
That's the
for every child, an hour they have, every session they have, everything else, they bill like that. Why? Here's my thing. Now listen, this really troubles me, and you get this is going to scare you guys. If kids have really been traumatized, why can't the parents freely go take and find a therapist of their choice within their culture or anything else? And why are they forced to go to a CPS thing of this and that only except for money? Do you realize you have a constitutional right to the treatment of your child? Yep. What do? They make you sign it over. Once they get their signatures on there and break you, that's all they need. Just one time, one signature, and it's in there. One set of permission, yes, it's in there.
But they don't.
Everything else is illegal, and it's like they won't stop. And here's the thing: the cops have been told, and all across the nation. Listen, I need to tell you something. And this goes for law enforcement. And you guys, like I said, you need to wake up, because it wasn't you. It was the state. You were just following orders. I get it. But you're going to have to think about that oath you took that was above all else. And that was to the Constitution and to uphold it. No policy, procedure, or anything else should ever interfere with the constitutional rights of another. Yeah. This is why you have Miranda. But here's the thing. We've all been a lot of things hidden. They've called us,
manipulated, brainwashed.
Conspiracy theorists that are no longer conspiracy. They're now factual people. And they're going to want to know, how did you know so much quicker than everybody else about that? We all had suspicions. And there was
things that nobody wanted to talk about. These are things that
you remember the second shooter theory?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody heard that it had to be something else. Oh no, it was one guy and this and that. I was like, man, that was just didn't seem right, and trajectory and knowing what you knew about rifles once you got into this, and it's like, there's no damn way. I see where this one came, but there was this one, but that didn't do that kind of splatter. Where's the splatter? Because there was a camera there.
Yep.
Because it was president, and that's when they had the old-fashioned cameras on.
Yeah, and you've seen the. I mean,
the dude turned.
That was way close, right?
And seeing his gun, I mean, it's like, you can't put the way that old film. You can't mess with that shit.
No, and the way that it just I mean, it was just that it was close up too. Like, you knew it was, and I'm like, geez.
I think that broke a lot of America, that people don't realize what it's done to us. Right. For some of us, though, to know the truth.
Right.
I mean, what does that do after all this time with questions, let alone what it does say and how bad it should scare us, that somebody who actually killed a president and took over this country because he didn't want shit that's being released. That's what this is.
And it was somebody in the government position, in a higher position.
And now it's sifted out. It's all done this, it's all done that. And you've got people that are big believers on one side, big believers on this side, and all this other stuff. And it's a big distraction. Because politics is like an entertainment. Half this shit shouldn't even be happening.
Right.
But you know, if you're going to put a bill in, put it in by itself. If not, you ever seen a bill they stuff?
Mm-hmm.
3-page bill, pass this,
Yep.
and we want it, and that's what they'll read. But they won't read everything else. They tried to do that with that big
They'll
fucking
give you
monster.
stack.
Yeah, remember that stack?
The big
They want us to read that and vote on it in 5 fucking minutes. And you fucking lost your mind. Who the fuck read that? And they did it on purpose.
Yep.
But they pushed
nobody
it so much, you gotta pass it. And then the whole thing is like Pelosi that made me laugh was like, well, we gotta pass it to know what's in it.
Pelosi.
What the hell?
Like, don't.
What
Why
the
not?
hell? How did she get up there?
Right.
We got to
Like
take. You should have been all objecting to ring the bell. Everybody should have objected. We can't
Yes.
read that shit.
That you
And
have to
then
have
it
time
just
to read that.
broke
You
it
can't
down.
read that in
Oh,
5
well, it was about this and that. And they're like, then they showed what the bill was. It was like in paper, not in digital shit. Paper.
Yeah.
You remember how high that motherfucker was, Danielle? No
yes.
shit. They're like, you needed a ladder to get to this fucker.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
It was kind of like the
Go look
cartoon.
that up on the internet. It'll blow your mind.
Like Animaniacs, the whole cartoon when they had that.
Oh man.
Yeah, that I was like, geez. And you couldn't read that in 5 minutes. What the hell are they thinking?
No. And I'm looking at that.
Well,
I'm
you
like,
gotta pass. Like,
listen, I can speed read pretty good, but damn, I ain't that
Right.
damn good.
That had to have been. Oh my god, that had to have been with pages like with a lot. I know it was well over
Well,
5,000.
listen, that
or
answers
more.
a lot of questions, but now a lot of us are thinking that's out there of what the hell else have they done to hide and lie and cheat and steal enough to kill another person, let
Yeah.
alone a president over?
And
What
and
are
who
they
have
hiding?
they
that's so
manipulated?
bad? Or what power do they have? Where is this?
I mean, look at all these people that have lost their lives and that are in the JFK that are been manipulated by the system and the people
Yeah.
in the system that are that are supposed to be like. The
Oh, they
government.
taught all public education stuff like that was fucking paranoid, and it was bullshit, and it was people that were out there. It was misinformation, all that other shit that was thrown out there, conspiracy theorists. Some of it did this and that. I mean, but there was even people back then that fucking just kind of knew, and they're like, "Come on, man." And, I mean,
like
these are
playing the
people that
telephone game.
like did stuff. That was what was funny. Is they were still outdoorsy people they didn't live all up in cities and buildings all the time, man. A lot of people were still outdoors. So we had a lot more connection.
Yep.
And
now
but there's
like
two separate lifestyles now, man. You're a city person or a country person.
Yep.
There's no and you always notice how they divide everybody in two different sections.
Yep.
You ever notice that pattern? That's done to us.
Mm-hmm.
You realize that because of the two-party system, because of everything's good in twos, because it's either a yes or a no or a good and a bad.
You're either in the city or the country. It's never a rural area. It's never a suburban area. It's not no. It's either country or city, straight up. Like there's no, just.
It's the constant divide. Now,
it's messed up.
I'm going to bring up a real touchy subject, but let me get through it. And we're going to talk about a little bit about these trans people. Now, some of this it has been indoctrination. Some of it has been schools taking out of your public schools, actually giving your kids this stuff to confuse them and everything else and all this other stuff. Like I said, the idea then is that's absolute control for the government type thing. I mean, if you're listening to me, because why? I want to take and fit in here. I want to fit in here.
Sorry.
I could think back to when I was a boy of like, God, I remember there's times that, I was a little bit younger, but it pushed me to get stronger. Where I felt, a little weak as a boy, and you learn that as a boy. I was like, man, I got to get stronger, man. This is crazy. I got people stronger than me. I can't have that. I got to stand my ground, that type of stuff.
Right.
And that was just me. But once again, I grew up in, like I said, Chicagoland area. that's just the way shit was, man.
Yeah. Chicago, my dad told me stories about
So
Chicago.
you turn around and you go through all this stuff, and this back and forth. Well, this thing with these a lot of the trans kids and this and that. Now listen, there's one thing I've learned. When it comes to a lot of the trans kids, especially with some of the people that are older trans, and yes, I've talked to them, and I was like, what was it? And this is the conversation that they don't like to have.
Right.
What happened to you that broke you so damn bad that this is it?
Yep. Made you want to be something else.
And I get it. And listen, and this is a sad point. You know what the sad part is, I've heard? It's because they're a product of the system and they got raped when they got taken away from their parents.
If they got put in a facility,
and it confused all of them, and it tore every bit out of them. Safety. They never felt safe at home again. Nothing was ever the same. I was moved into a whole different environment that wasn't my own belief system. It wasn't my family. It was nothing familiar. It is pulling a child out of their world that they have ever known.
Their comfort zone.
And destroying the child at a young age.
Their safe space. Yep.
Now they get this child this, and he goes back and forth and this and that. It makes you look like a questionable parent then to the child. Now they're great for indoctrination. Wow. You figuring it out because it's happening. Why? Go ask your kids. If you have kids right now, go pull out the original Constitution, Declaration of Independence, okay, the Federalist Papers, in original, not up on your on your screen, but get the original where you see the picture and zoom in and read it.
They won't.
They took that away from them for a reason, so they don't know their rights.
Right.
This is an attempt to overthrow our country, and they're about to do it. The problem is some of us still remember.
Yep.
This is bullshit. The Constitution is the ultimate. That's what people are crying. Bring it back. Now you've got veterans saying, we'll stand with you, Trump, in the cities over the weekend that we reported on. They'll stand with you. The vets are with you.
Yep. Oh yeah. The elders. Yeah.
Whatever it takes, bring it. They'll call back. They'll be called. They understand what the vets don't understand what this means. Because if he does the Constitution, you know what happens? Every single veteran gets called back fucking up no matter what. Unless you're disabled or this or that. If you are an able-bodied person, you will be recalled. It's in your contract. You better look. Because yes, you're going to be yanked back.
And the elderly, like the ones, like that's where I gained I used to love hearing their stories, because I mean that's real life shit, that what they went through. Like they know what's like just the struggle, and the elderly, like them, there's not much left of that, and that's what sucks. Because but the ones that are left are very strong, and they ain't putting up with the bullshit, and I love it. Like you go up to Blue Ridge, the mountain.
Well, a lot with trying to put some of this rally thing together that we're talking about is this just needs to end.
Yep.
And here it is. Here it is on the court record. Everybody can go look it up for yourself. It's a real thing. Here's the case number, and then go over what has happened and what is going on and everything that we have found out. And, like I said, as well as I think some others, this and that, like I said, the big thing is just saying, here it is to the people. And what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Because if that evidence comes there to the people that now everybody knows, it's over. And once they realize what's happened, because it affects both sides of the aisle, Democrat, Republican, this and that.
Yeah, this is not one-sided. That's
yes. And foster parents are freaking the hell out because they're seeing and hearing of what's going on. And they're even reporting of how these CPS workers talk about their parents being this, and that. And then the foster parents find out, because they always do, because they always nose around. Hey, is that true? And it's like, no, there's some bullshit going on. And they feel fucking bad. They feel bad as hell they even got your damn kid. I mean, there's foster parents out there like, what the fuck is this? There ain't nothing wrong with this kid, or this or that. I mean,
That's-
there's times
and-
they've killed children because of this stuff. I mean, we reported that to you guys down there in Texas, how they took it from that
That's-
Mennonite family
Mhm.
down in Texas, and then they killed that kid, died
Mhm.
without their parents by their side. How fucking cruel could you be?
That's very cruel. That's fucked up.
That I don't understand
No.
that. I mean, I don't care if you're the worst person in the world and your child dying.
No,
You need to be there if you care. Once again, let's put this: if you care.
there are ones out there that there are kids out there that don't have family and stuff, but still
No,
but
there's
there's
kids dying of cancer. There's kids dying of this and that and stuff that's in our food, causing brain defects and this and that. It's all coming out.
Yep.
That they've been poisoning us and working.
They
You know
have.
what I'm saying? That's what's been going on. It's all
have.
coming out, all of it. It's
I
not
mean,
just that. It's this. It's that. It's that.
Mhm.
A little bit at a time.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I
mean,
think enough people have had enough. They're like, what the hell else are we going to find?
Right.
You know, what's going to be the
I mean,
thing? How much? And you got one state acting
What
up that won't
RFK
even follow the
the-
Constitution.
what RFK said about the autism thing, like that was my son all the way to a T, like the way the age and everything. And I'm like, man, and I've even met other parents that their kids were the same way, like normal, was up to the charts, developing. My son was full blown potty trained, saying full sentences, and then just overnight, boom.
That's just like finding out Alzheimer's is a physician-driven disease.
Yep.
They can cure it. They've known to cure it for over 40 years. They've cured it in animals. They have the answer. But they hid it from us. They let our people, our parents, grandparents die and diagnose them with, they have Alzheimer's.
Yep.
When they have the
And-
damn cure the whole damn time and
Yep.
let it eat up the brain. What is it? It's a parasite.
Yeah, is it?
It's a very resilient parasite is what is kind of, it works with the parasites and a couple of the other things, but they found out adding like selenium and something else cures it. They've done it with the animals and stuff like that. Like they found this happening in the animals and they found a cure for it back then. And then, yeah, we've got the cure.
So is Alzheimer's and dementia the same thing?
Yeah, it's like a dementia. Yeah, they call it dementia.
And it's a
now.
parasite. Wow.
Yeah. It's going through there. It's something within the brain, what it is, and then it kills that selenium or whatever else, kills this particular thing. And they've even got documented cases of it fucking working.
Wow.
Up to a certain, it's like, hey, go ahead and take this. But as soon as you're getting certain signs of me, yeah, there's some people it's too far gone. But once again, they're not telling us. We're not cleansing ourselves. There's the other thing. They didn't tell. Even though we get stuff from farms and everything else, some of that stuff comes over when we cook and this and that. We're still exposed to it. But how many parasite cleanses or this or that have you been able to do, or you fight with this and that? Sickness is found in parasites. When you go over to nature's
Wow.
medicine,
Uh-huh.
sickness comes from parasites
Hmm.
or
it's-
something that you're lacking.
And then
It's
when
completely different. It's a whole different look on medicine. I've looked at both of them.
Mhm.
And I've been fair, but a lot of people don't know about the holistic medicines. And then you come to find out holistic medicines can actually help us. But I'm going to get, I got to go work and get health insurance because I got prescriptions I got to get when this
Yeah,
condition,
it's
I can
just
just
natural.
go out to my garden and grow this or do this and that and have
Or-
my own.
live off the land. Yep. Just get. Yep.
No, they took that from us.
Yeah. Definitely.
There's some places like New York City and some of you can't even grow anything in places.
Wow.
At all. Apartments. No. Not even a
Wow.
plant.
That's.
You've got
love,
some
like, in the-
people so devious. Let me tell you something. This is how devious it is. When you've got somebody that's got money,
Hmm.
you get it under contract law, usually with this or that, or whatever the builder wants to do. And he can sell it more exclusively when he sells it under an HOA, right? Because
Right.
these are the rules everybody has to follow.
Right.
So now you have an HOA board and fees. In other words, if you live in this area, it's been domiciled as part of the HOA.
HOA, and then you got to pay
Okay.
fees and all.
That's under contract law. And a lot of that people say, well, that's messed up. That's my property, this and this and that. I go, no, dumbass. When you bought the house, there should have been a clause. You're in
Mhm.
this particular thing, they should have disclosed there's an HOA. That's why we went through that process of, because that was happening.
And they could take
I bought a house. I didn't realize this thing was an HOA, and oh hell no, nobody's going to tell me what to do.
Right.
Well, you have to have on this much. It has to be groomed. Your snow has to be completely clear for the whole neighborhood. Your garbage cans come out, but they don't stay out. Everything looks pristine and this and this. I mean, they have 1,000 rules.
You can't park in your yard either. Right. Like, I'm sorry. Like
that kind of lifestyle, good for you.
Well, they can also foreclose on your home too if you're behind on your payments.
Yeah.
On your on the fees or whatever, the HOA fees.
Yeah, on the HOA that gives them the right to sell the house from under you.
And
that's how fucking dirty it is.
Yes.
That's going out around too. What HOAs are doing. It's in your contract.
My friend, she lost her home because of that, and they foreclosed on her. And it was not much, but boy, by the time it added up, it was ridiculous. And it's in the same county that I'm dealing with too. The HOA is there, and there's other people that have lost their home. And it's and what's crazy is it's the people that work even at the lawyer's offices that's getting these houses. And I'm like, so it's all within that. It's crazy. It's messed up. It's messed up. Yep.
The lawyers, the paralegal, this and that, scooping this up.
And then they want to get like a notary from out of state or something to notarize documents, and you already know. Right. Yeah, no, it's messed up.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of the stories with a lot of that stuff, but at the same time, get informed that you are in that and understand the terms of that contract and read that damn thing. Yeah. I've had people tell me, "Oh God, this sucks," and it depends on who the Karen is. It's funny. I've seen some of those every once in a while. We get stuff off TikTok on Facebook on the reels because I'm banned from TikTok. So every once in a while it comes through, and now they've got this thing with this Karen like HOA guy, and he does great skits, and I love that. And I know they're skits.
Makes fun of
the HOA guy. Hey, your lawn's too this. You're not supposed to have the water on the hose and this and that. And they're spraying the dude. I can't believe you. This is not sticking out. This flag is inappropriate.
Is that the one that's always showing up to the doorbell?
He's got red, mustache or something like that. It's just fun to watch every once in a while because it's like, God damn, you're annoying as fuck. But I know you're playing. But damn, you hit all the wrong buttons sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because there's
really
people
be like
that. It's like, damn.
Yes. And if they don't like you in the neighborhood, they will do anything they can to get you out.
It is the concept of, here's the thing, we're supposed to coexist in this place here, where we live, coexist. You're not supposed to enforce your rights or your belief systems on any other person. So right there, that would make HOAs unconstitutional. Right. Boom.
But
you want to file it? There it is. It's unconstitutional. Why? Nobody's supposed to be able to tell me how to live, and they'll say, well, it's under contract. What if I don't want that?
Right.
Can I opt out? Can I this or that? I mean, because it wasn't disclosed. That's what was happening with HOAs in real estate. They bought the house, thought it was great, and realized they're in an HOA. And they said, oh, hell no, nobody told me that. And that was their dream house. And that broke their hearts. Well, just pay the extra fees and you can live like the rest of us. Everybody has to live by the same standard. Whoa.
Right? It's like, wait a minute now. Just slow your roll. Because they
and believe it or not, that makes people listen. And here's the other thing. People with some conditions such as OCD, that works for them.
Yep.
Their OCD is that bad. I understand those communities and the need for it, but putting it in there of saying, listen, you must be OCD to get in here, and you need to make it clear. Because the HOA is just like that. I'm not kidding. And that's great for those communities because it bonds and actually live together and find a place to live together in a community. That's what they're trying to go after.
But it's in like a not a so good way.
I mean, this is where the joke comes from inner city and everything else, because this did work. And it was always what? And guys, you guys know what I'm talking about, especially up north, is the competition in your fucking lawns.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Look,
I have never seen a bunch of grown men give a big bunch of shit other than cutting the damn grass, that it's got to be this fucking seed, it's got to be this fucking thing, and this. I'm over here, I'm like, man, it's just grass. And the other thing, they're like, you got to get all them dandelions out there and all the weeds and everything. It's just grass.
Look,
Beautiful grass.
I was sat
And
there
I'm
and
over
watched.
here, I'm thinking, and then
Look,
you got
they will
another
take
place
each
up
other.
here that's a little bit, yeah, I mean, a little bit overgrown. You can't keep them damn dandelions out your damn yard. So now you got, what are you gonna do? You gotta spray them. You gotta fucking sprinkle fertilizer and this to kill them, or all this other. But to find out that same dandelion that wanting you to quit, taught you was bad, is actually so good for your heart. That's scary.
Very scary. They'll get their blood pressure up over that stuff.
That could heal you. I want you to think about that.
Like a lot.
Monsanto is the one that is in charge of that to kill that. You know what else they own? Big Pharma. They're connected.
That's not good. Not good at all.
They control a lot of things, and you know who some of those companies are? BlackRock.
BlackRock.
Some of those others, it's confirmed. It's not bullshit. It's not a game. It's it's out there. It's well known. It's publicized. A FOIA request will get you everything you need. They have to give it to you.
Wait a minute. Because here in Georgia, they're trying to clean up the FOIA request. They're trying to clean it up, like the transparency. They're trying to make it to where you can't get certain things. Like, it's funny you say that. That's because they just passed that tort legislation here, you know? But that's messed up. Now they're going for the
people knows what they know. What's, hey, listen, something's coming. Yeah. And everybody knows it. And the only people that are relaxed are the ones that realize or think they're doing good. Right now, everybody, right now, all over, everybody, every mayor, every governor, anybody else that's in charge of those different things and this and that are not going to line up with the Constitution, it's done.
Public official.
That's an act of treason. And don't think he won't.
You can tell. You can definitely tell the ones.
Now, there'll be a lot to this, and there's a reason you guys need to tune in, like I said, when we get this thing scheduled, because it's going to tell you exactly why and what's going on and catch everybody up so everybody knows what's going on, why it's going on, and the way it's going on, and the way the wool has been torn off of our eyes, and then to let you all look at, like I said, the filing of what it is, how it is, everything else. You'll know how to go, how to do for yourselves. You don't have to worry about Rooker versus Feldman. It doesn't even bother. You have a plan of attack, and you chase after them this way. Like I said, so you'll have a way of doing this. This is a big release. We're going to work with, I'm going to try and work with Darren. We're going to try on the release of this stuff here. It's going to come up on the website. I believe on Abolish CPS is what we're going to work on. That's going to show you the evidence of all 50 states. So you can look at your own state and see where the constitutional rights violations are. They're right there in you, as well as any other evidence that's there. We've tried to assemble more. I think Darren's got more on Maine. And as you guys see it, you know, if you have more information on your state along those lines, that's to add to that list and reach out to Darren, like I said, with what you have for your state that you've seen. Right. But you have to look at it through a certain pair of eyes, okay? You have to look at it constitutionally. Everything is supposed to be looked at constitutionally, people. Everything. Even the way businesses practice their work has to be constitutional, okay? If you're hired to do a job at a factory or anything else, that place has to be run constitutionally, okay? Now, some places have unions that organized to do some of these things, and there was a lot of power in that stuff, so they weren't getting bullied by what? The person that they were working for. They weren't getting fair wages. They didn't feel. That's what a lot of that come up. That was a lot of the power of the unions earlier. Now People are a lot farther down with a lot of things. There's still a lot of places unions have a lot of power.
Yeah.
A lot of power. United Auto Workers.
There's plumber. They're plumber. Union.
Yeah, the plumbers. The plumbers union.
Electrical.
All the trades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all the trades.
Well, speaking of the trades, I've got to run. Pleasure being a part of this evening, but I just got a phone call. I'm on call this week for maintenance, and I have to go run down to Panama City Beach, which is an hour from me, and I have to go drive into another county, which is another 45 minutes from the shop. So I'm going to be gone having fun this evening.
Well, enjoy your trip and have positive thoughts the best you can, brother, and know that we're all fighting as quickly as we can, and we're ready to do this. We're ready to tear it all down.
And be safe, my friend.
I'll be standing by on that. I guarantee you that, sir.
We'll let you know on some of the shows. So, like I said, even if you can't, check out some of our shows. Hit the like and follow over there, and you can go back to our channel, the CPS Breaking News Network, and you can look at this show and others that you want to follow. So that's a good way to go catch up on previous episodes if you don't know where we're at. A great place to look at those things. This is kind of like what we deal with on this show. I know, Danielle's got her show. Brenda has her show. I've got my show. We've got several other things and stuff going on. But if you want to catch those up, that's a great way to catch up, especially because, man, guys, we do move fast sometimes through shows with a lot of information. But yes, definitely keep tune in, spread the word. Something big's coming up. It's all coming out. All the evidence is going to be put out to the people. Like I said, it will already have a case number. It already will have legs on it. It's moving forward, the whole 9 yards. We're just getting all that and everything else together. It's great. It's wonderful. Yep. We're ready for our kids to come home, man. We've had enough.
Time to get our families back.
We've been working, man. A lot of us have been working real hard on some shit, man, and it's been on top of still trying to help other people and do this and do that and take care of yourself. And
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's very, very tiring and sometimes overwhelming, and then sometimes you're feeling the best of you, and then you want to help everybody, and it does. It does.
And there's somebody that goes after. Listen, a lot of you is like, I want to get the CPS worker. I want to get the judge. It's the judge's fault. It's this, and that. Guys, let me tell you something. They're just following policies and procedures put in place by the state that gave those rights away. That's what we're talking about. All of that coming out. They gave away your rights in every state.
It's the state.
Every state. No matter if you CPS or not. CPS has the right in every state. Texas just changed it. Okay? Every state but Texas, they just recently changed it with their laws. But they turned around and said, now you have to have a warrant. Texas changed some of that stuff. That's where they're going. They're making a big deal about it. Y'all better change or do something because something's coming.
Texas is the only right. Texas
knows it's fucked up.
Yeah, in Texas, and when my son was because when my son was out of that facility, the great, like me and Naylor were talking before, the great state of Texas does not want the burden of another state's bullshit. They want to be known as the great state of Texas, and I'm telling you, they will look them two in Georgia. They would go to bat, and they'd call Georgia. I got to give it to Texas. They a lot
of stuff. Yeah, a lot of things are different, but once again, one of the things Texas can do is operate differently. Texas is the only state in the union that has the ability to secede, and there's nothing that the government can do about it. It can stand alone if it so chooses to at any given time. The way its contract was written for statehood.
I forgot about that. That is true. There's Naylor again. Naylor, hold on here.
Yo, Naylor. I know. There's a lot of stuff coming out, man. And it's just going to start peeling back. Once this comes out, it's the thing that brings everybody together, though, of saying, we've got to do this for our families. We've got to stop this. This needs to stop now. Here's the evidence that not only is it illegal, it's unconstitutional the way that they've been getting these kids. And here's the evidence of it. So I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Oh, I know. I was muted because he was just on there. But yeah, we got it's so obvious now what's going on, and these are the future. They're trying to. These are like our future. Like
yeah, and
protect our families. Hello, what's going on? With the
now
war?
Listen,
they went to bat for.
I've got another source that is going to break your heart, and listen, and you got to hear this. It has been told to me on good resources that the governor of Maine is hiding out illegal immigrants within the prison systems to hide them from ICE. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
And they're telling everybody that, like I said, that comes from a really, really good source. And like I said, and it's not the only person. I've confirmed it with 3 other sources. Absolutely. So wow. it's just it's amazing what's going on. That's so crazy.
Well, and that also that's fucked up. And that explains what's could be what's going on in Georgia too. Because the prisons it's horrible. Like it's up in there for real. Like people dying. I mean, they're dying every day. These are. I
mean, we've got
people just doing
other countries and this and that in our prison system that are wanted in other damn countries. And the rule is, you break the laws and you're an immigrant, you go away. You don't come back.
Right.
But the problem is they're getting back in.
Well, the borders were open for so long. Like hell, they were wide open. Mm-hmm. Biden had the borders open. Like he took it. It was free game over here. And
from my point of view, that was an act of war. That was a last made desperation to try and do something. Maybe the next go around or whatever crap they were going to pull to do whatever. I think it blindsided him when he came in the way he did and thought it was going to be a repeat of last time. They had no clue because, listen, they had no clue because, and this was just so smart. He said, clear out the White House. Everybody's fired. And brought his own crew in fresh. People he could trust that were vetted by him. Mm-hmm. No crossover, no welcome, this and that. I've been here before. Get out.
Yep.
That's what that was for security. And they claimed for what? National security concerns. They didn't want any of this to leak out. No. Any of it, what was going on.
No. And I've fully believed. Well, that's also like Joe Biden signed that act, that supporting children and family, strengthening families act in January, but nobody heard about it hardly. January 4th.
Nope.
And he signed it on a weekend, which was.
They are funneling as much money as they can. All these people that have been caught. This is their get out of jail plan. This is their flea money. Mm-hmm. They've just been caught. Yep. They need to liquidate everything. What do they liquidate? Like I said, they have the fallback plan. What is it? This is it. We'll get into children's services. They can't cut this program. Why? It's insulated. They've already told you that. Oh, you didn't know what that meant, right? Yeah, that's what that means. We're aware of what's going on. They're trying to get at it. They're trying to figure a way to what's going on to this and that to see how much they're robbing the Social Security fund of why Granny can't afford to get her pills or fucking live That you realize the trillions of dollars that CPS has been draining, so your grandparents can't live and have Social Security and at least maintain a decent living, a basic living, not at poverty level, at a decent level they're used to living. That's what they were guaranteed when they got that.
Yeah.
Under the Social Security Act, go look it up.
Yeah.
So their life at the end is peaceful. What has happened? There's even stuff that it was going around that it's property.
That's the way it was like that when I was just me growing up. I mean, it's like you work to get like, and you know, that's like the all-American dream. You work, you have the family, and then when you get old, like of retirement age, you live life, and that's why. I mean, you know what? Times have changed because Florida was like a retirement state back a decade ago, and everybody wanted to move to Florida. Now it's not nothing like that. The elderly, I mean, because I'm telling you, like the elderly, they were going down there and they were living it up. They were enjoying themselves, and they didn't. But now
we call them halfbacks, is what they use them.
Yeah,
come from New York or New Jersey or something up there and move down to Florida, and then they turn around, damn, it's too damn hot, and look at this fucking weather with the rain, and say fuck this shit, and come about halfway back.
Yep. That's right. Cause and they used to tell me like they'd be in the store or something and they'd be walking and they'd be like, look, honey, they say, you can go around me. They said, I ain't got nothing but time. That's what they tell me. They said, look, y'all can just go on. They said, I done lived my life. Like they said, I ain't no rush for nothing. And that's the way, like being raised, like growing up, how things was then to now, it's different. It's like we just said, Florida was the retirement state. That was like the go-to. Everybody that was, when you reach retirement, they wanted to go down there. Now, it's not like that.
And it's just this whole thing of just like everybody wants to get into everybody's fucking business.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: by the time I get home or everything else as we were going through, all I want to do is get home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Peaceful, quiet, that was supposed to be my center and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And then to realize that has now been penetrated by CPS and violated your home.
And it's not like
it's so disgusting. And like I said, it ruins everything.
Yeah. It takes like the comfort of home out of home. Like
it's not
used
safe
to be your safe haven, like safe space, your comfort, you know, where you should be able to walk in, relax, and have privacy. It's not like that anymore. It just, especially when them assholes get part of your life, it takes the fun out of things too. Like I used to think roller coasters were the shit, like, but now I'm like, you know, it's like things I thought were cool back then. No, I just don't have no. I mean, it's like it took the fun out of anything. Period. Like it's just like, it's crazy and it's messed up. Mind manipulation. That's what mind manipulation.
It's like I said, that's what all this has been, and this is why you feel so bad. And a lot of people, especially, I noticed the difference too, is between the city life and like I said, more of a country, semi-country, not anymore, type life. You know, difference in lifestyles and everything else, and the stress and the pressure and everything else that they've got you so whacked out on bills and all this other stuff and stressed about all this other shit here and here. When you get home, you're just fucking wasted because now you got that weight on top of you that now they're in your home with all that weight. And it's like, damn, you can't get no relief. And you're over here like, damn, you know, it'd be nice to get ahead just a little bit. Or your head above water. And it's like, why is it got to be this difficult? And then they did the shit with inflation where everybody went up on fucking rent and this and that.
Oh, I know.
And here's the thing y'all don't understand. We saw that shit happen in Florida. You remember the Florida boom? When the prices went through the fucking roof because everybody discovered it? Oh,
Florida
shit.
used to be more expensive than anything like that. And it was like the high price. I mean, but now look at Georgia. Georgia is like, I mean, you're talking one bedroom apartments like $3,000, $3,500 a month.
Yeah.
What? I say, you gotta have roommates nowadays, or you gotta have two families living in a home just to make it.
Well, and that's what they designed it. That's the whole point, though. This is the devious of the people that you have to understand. Killed a president to do this to us, to even destroy our families. The point is to get you so isolated and miserable. You were just a cog in the machine.
Yep.
You didn't live life. There was no American dream for you. That was stolen because everything was for the corporation or for the deep state, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But it was businesses and how they profited off you, not about how good you had lived. I mean, hell, they made even a profit of, hell, we'll give you beer.
Mm-hmm.
We'll market beer and this and that. Hey, don't make it yourself.
Right.
Come down and get the beer, get the whiskey, get this, that. Hey, we'll produce it.
Whatever way they can get money.
And it's not maybe to your palate, but you get used to drinking something.
Yep.
Usually everybody is. Yeah, Pepsi versus Coke. That type of thing. Yeah. I mean, so there's a lot of things that are going on that we're just trying to say, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
It's crazy. So,
because we can't do this no more.
No. I'm tired. I'm more.
We're to the point. I mean, everybody is.
Mm-hmm.
You try to tax us. You tried to almost enslave us with the last, everything that was going on.
And it's like everybody's lashing out at each other now.
And it's like the last vampire suck before you have to pull the bastard off and go, no. That type of damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, damn, now
that's exactly. Oh God, it's so true. Like, I mean, even the areas we live in, the people that are around.
You've destroyed your communities. Nobody, if people want to live in a certain area or a certain this, that, and they all decide as friends, we're all going to buy in this neighborhood or do this and that, or a close thing where they're close together. And that's the way they decide they want to be. I've known people that their families have owned whole streets, both sides of the streets, and they've kept it in the family, damn it.
Yep.
They don't go nowhere. Yep. They there 4 generations, 5 generations deep. I'm not kidding you.
No, it's true. It's true.
And it's like,
that was my favorite.
At that place, that shit was already expensive. Now what that shit's worth?
Yep.
Shit, you know what a brownstone's worth in fucking Washington? Shit. Or shit in Virginia?
What?
Shit.
That's like
$500,000,
my papa
$750,000 fucking dollars.
That's the way my grandparents' house, he bought it in 1964. It was built in 1920, but he got it and he paid $9,000 for it. And now it's worth over $1.2 million, like $1,200,000, like $1.2 million now. And it's like, my mom's sold it before she passed. But she didn't even get to live, and it's so crazy because she didn't even get. And I noticed a post on her Facebook page. She said, "No, y'all need to leave me alone. I'm not selling my house. Just leave me alone." And this was the family home, and then next thing you know, she's going to the new place, and I'm like, she really did sell out. Like, damn. And she didn't even get to enjoy the new home. She was 3 days shy of a year of stay, and that place is just bad juju. Like the vibes.
Yeah.
It's no. And that's the way a lot of things is nowadays. Like it's not.
No.
It's like everybody's walking on eggshells everywhere you go.
Oh,
all up in the feelings.
Farm communities. Listen, inner city, farm communities, everything else. Everybody's trying to strive. Everybody's trying to make it. There's no. And some of the escapes are like baseball games or football games or this or that or drinking beer or this, that. And it's an escape because your reality just sucks that bad. It's not that you really want that fucking drink. You just can't stand the shit that's going on.
You just want to get the hell away from reality for a minute. Knowing it's not going to last long. Like, you got to come back to reality eventually.
Well, and that's the whole point.
And
it's having a good time for it, because then you've done. For some people, they drink themselves to death, literally. Whatever else they get into.
It's true.
And they understand now that does what? That takes in what? Pushes the numbers up for DUIs and drunk drivings and this and why? Because what? Your kid's just been.
And they're okay with making it legal,
and you don't know what to do, and you just want an escape out of your fucking mind. So I'm going to find this, or that, or some people end up with a barrel of a gun.
Yep.
That's the reality of it.
And it's true.
And if something criminal's going on, great. Go in there. Do it the right way. Do it constitutionally. That's my only argument. But when you have to violate so many constitutional fucking rights and force it on people.
That's what's messed up.
No.
That's wrong.
Done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where parents are at. They're in panic mode. You guys are, what do I do? They're involved. Oh my God, they're this and that. And I had no choice. That's right, you don't. Because that's the way it's set up. You don't have a choice. Law enforcement, no, they're going to help them. They're going to help them do their stuff. Because that's what state has told them to do.
Yep. And that's what they're, that's what they're working.
Because see, regardless of it, it's on file. It's in the federal courts now.
They're not supposed to do what they want.
So here's the thing. Whether it comes out here or waits or whatever else, it's coming out. And it shows everything.
Oh yeah. Whether they like it or not, it's there. It's out.
Here's the thing. It's not complicated. It's very, very simple.
And it's gonna piss
that's
us
what
off.
it comes down to. And here's the thing.
And it's gonna piss
if you do this,
it's off so bad that it's past mediation. Like this
isn't mediation. This is brainwashing, and this is
it's past that.
What was the word we used before? Cultural genocide. This is cultural genocide.
Culture. I was about to say that.
This is to make sure you don't pass on your family stories, guys, so they can erase World War II, so they can erase Vietnam, so they can erase their history. So you don't know about what happened, so they can pull it on you again. Now you're caught up in the machine. Those people with JFK, what happened with that? What was going on during that? Vietnam.
Shot? Yeah, the war.
Vietnam.
Yep. That's right.
What were we getting ready to go and all this other Vietnam? Yep. Do you know what they did to people over in Vietnam? You better go ask a veteran. It was bad.
And they told they didn't. Yep, that war was
lost, got our butts kicked.
But it was a very bloody war.
Which opened what? Opened the opioid trade into America. Oh wait, you think I'm lying? You ever go see the true story? That guy Denzel Washington plays that gangster, American Gangster. Go watch that movie. That's a true story.
Is that about that?
He went over to Vietnam and got the heroin and everything else right from them and brought it back on U.S. planes.
Oh shit! Some
of that's a true story. Go watch it.
Was.
American Gangster was based on it was on a true story.
I have to go watch.
And facts in there. You need to go watch this because people won't watch a lot of true stories.
See, my daughter's dad, he's very smart and knows a lot about history. I mean, some stuff he says, and I'm like, but he's also watched a lot of like the History Channel and stuff, and very knowledgeable. Like the stuff I'm like, what? He knows a lot. And he his grandpa was in the military, so I mean, but when it comes to history, I'll say something to him and he'll be like, yeah, I know, and he'll tell me like the year, and I'm like, why? When did I forget all this? When was I brainwashed? Like, what happened to my mind?
Listen, man, our veterans seen a lot. That's what they don't want you to know.
No, they don't. And they'll some of them will talk about it though, but some of them don't want to talk about it. They've seen when I tell you they went through it, they went through it. They faced.
That's what turned in Vietnam was they came home on top of the love movement that was going on with some other things that were going on in government. CIA was running. You guys have heard us talk about it. It's a real damn thing.
Yep.
Okay. They've confirmed this. Yes.
Yep.
And those test subjects, what? Got loose. They created what? Marilyn Manson.
Yeah. Yep.
Remember?
That's what.
Manson, or not Marilyn Manson. I'm sorry, Marilyn. Not you. Charles Manson.
Charles Manson.
Sorry.
Yes, Charles Manson.
I had a song in my head over here. That's how I was jamming to that earlier.
Yes,
Sorry, Marilyn.
But yeah,
Charles Manson. You know, that crazy killer that was out in California and this and that.
Yep. They had.
Yeah, he came out of those projects, that MK Ultra. Yep. It was confirmed. Like I said, all that stuff, it's all there. It's all the test subject. They're trying to get rid of all the documentation of MK Ultra, because if that gets out and disclosed and explained to people, holy shit.
Really be in some,
yeah, you've been lied to big time. That's what I'm waiting for him to peel back, is all the evidence of MK Ultra and the testing that went on, and declassify all that. That's what I'd like to see.
It's scary. It's fucked up what they've done to us.
Declassify it, man. That's all I gotta say. I want to know. I gotta know.
Have they ever released
who was
MLK,
in there?
Martin Luther
this
King?
And that. What did you put it on the human? And now here, listen. The other thing that bothers, that you don't realize, that they're causing a break in your reality too, and this is why. That's why that bullshit with Mandela effect. No, there's no such thing. They're fucking with you.
Yeah,
because the Sinbad and all this other stuff and all that. I mean, people, I'm like, damn, I know, I've seen it, because they're messing with you to see how much they can push your mind.
Yes.
And lie to you and let you believe it. This has all been a test.
Yes.
And here's the funny thing. The early stuff, you know what they did? They used the camera while you were talking on video and everything else to analyze that. Why? That was some of the breach. We got to protect the privacy. Why? They had already gathered enough data. It didn't fucking matter.
Yep.
And then they just write an algorithm into it. And then, well, why do they need to put a GPS tracker on you? You drag your fucking cell phone with you everywhere. You do it voluntarily.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Why track them when we can get them to do it on their own?
Yep. And then they don't even have to know. Yep. It's crazy.
I mean, we didn't have much for anybody to call. Well, it's great. Well, good. Call the office phone. I mean, even if you were in a factory, most times you can't have that shit out on the floor. You got to leave that shit in your locker. If they need an emergency, you call the emergency line and they phone somebody in and come get you. No matter what shift you're on either. That's the reality.
We didn't have to worry about having a phone. We could just went off and we just better be home. Yeah, I mean, we could go off and not have to worry about having a cell phone on us and being bugged. Now, they had a pager, but I wasn't carrying that big ass damn phone in the bag. Hell no.
No, listen, man. It's and a lot of this is a lot of people just. It's time to wake up. It's time to enough's enough.
We're gonna
bring our kids home. This is done. Clean up the mess, because right now we're kind of tired. But at the same time, I don't think it'd be a wise decision not to, especially with all parents. I'm just saying. But I believe, given it a proper opportunity with the leadership and everything else to bring us back in the Constitution, I believe that gives an affirmance to we the people, that says we stand behind you, and yes, change our nation to go back to the Constitution.
Because at the rate it's going, and
there's the other part, because now it's not. Because some of us have been punished. Some of us have been framed just because we wanted to expose. Why? Because those of you out there that have never gone through anything like this don't realize they have the power to smear you and destroy you.
And they're so stereotypical too, to jump to conclusions and jump to judge something. You can't judge a book by its cover. That's why we had the library back, and like we didn't have a device. We couldn't get on our phones. We had to go read a book. And that's where a lot of knowledge. Read a book. We actually had to learn about the book. You can't judge a book by its cover. Now you can judge a book by its cover just by looking at it. And so it's messed up.
Well, and the other thing is,
think about Reading Rainbow. That was
what else is coming out though here. We're learning a lot of words that before that were maybe not so much hidden, but it was a word used. Now it was overused with the word narcissist, and how it was thrown around and how it was used in this and that. And that's not the case. like I said, when it comes to it, because that can parallel a lot of things with being protective and part of leadership or something that's in there, that it's not that. It's, we got to keep both of us safe.
Right.
And a lot of that, oh, he was narcissist. He was that. No, he was just trying to make sure you were, and you just weren't listening. And I see that so much.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And they get themselves in what? Danger.
Yep.
I've seen it.
They say it's going to be
And it's not
he's
all
trying to
that.
protect. Yep. It's messed up how they are.
Work together with your partner and learn how to communicate. Talk. Don't assume. It's okay to have feelings. Listen, it's okay to have feelings. And that's what I'm saying. But listen, that's still not going to change the facts.
No. Nope. It's not.
And that's where the reasoning of we're getting feelings in the way so big.
Yep.
We lose sight of the facts.
Yes. And that's where it's.
And the facts are the Constitution is non-negotiable.
Right.
At my home, you are required to have this and that. I didn't invite shit. If I did, I'd call you the fuck up. Hey, man, come over.
Right.
See, right there's the fucking big difference.
Walk in my
You're a guest. I've invited you over. I made the first move. No, they're required to show up and what? Knock on your door and try and what? Come into your house.
Yep.
Well, I've got a report or I have an investigation that says this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You know, or some of the other things are even parents are going, what the fuck you talking about? Ain't no damn way. Why? Because the caseworkers are always sold the worst case scenario. Mm-hmm. So they assume everybody they go to is this and that. There's the problem is the prejudice because they're trained.
Yep.
If it's so bad, they got to have a call put on them. They got to be guilty. That's why you're guilty before you're even in. Your kid shouldn't even be taken.
Right.
Even
and they're biased before they even go out there.
Until you're convicted, because it's what? Innocent until proven
guilty. Yep.
That's the law of the land.
But not
so when you do all that, and you say there's constitutional rights, and you've got states saying that they can rip apart your constitutional rights of your family in a state courtroom, an administrative law judge does not have that power. We've already proven that to you. Why? Because the state cannot be something against you. The Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. Then why am I in your courtroom? Because you've been trained to.
Yep. And it's just been in effect for so long. Not anymore.
Because they created what? Family law.
Family law, yep.
What happened
Family law is like a freaking
Hold on. Family law. Then it comes specialized. Now there's another special in the legal world. It's called, I'm a family law attorney. I only need a state license to practice law that deals with family things. I don't have a federal license all the time. So if you have federal issues like your constitutional rights, I can't handle your case, is what they should be telling you.
So these lawyers don't even have a federal. Oh God.
No, not every attorney. Here's the big whack. Not every attorney can go into a federal courtroom without a federal license.
And that's a bunch of them.
A
bunch of them.
You know what the number one need is for attorneys right now? Family law.
Yeah. Civil rights attorneys, family law. Yep.
You boys out
that's
there,
why there's only a few federal
that got family law. You better go back to constitutional law, because family law is about to have a real big motherfucking problem here.
Yep. Big awakening. And don't go running when it comes.
Out all of it.
Yep.
How the money circulates, how this works,
That's why
then you find out that rulings are going around that what? Child support is unconstitutional. How many of you out there are taking and paying child support?
They took my license.
Do you realize the state is only supposed to get involved when you don't pay? You have to not pay for the state to intercede. That is a private contract between the two of you. You're supposed to work it out. That's part of your divorce decree.
It's funny you say that because I tried to work it out with her, and she said she wants nothing to do with me, nothing to do with these.
You know what the division's supposed to be? 50-50.
Uh-huh.
And with your marital assets, and you both get everything you had before the marriage. It's just that simple. Stop Now let's complicate it. Well, Your Honor,
Yep.
he was abusive,
It's
and
all
this
supposed to be
that these
50-50.
attorneys are telling mothers to do. Just say he's abusive, this and that, and you'll get the kids, and we can win this. He'll give you anything he wants to get his kids, and every father will say, "You're absolutely fucking right."
Yep.
That's the fucking game. That's the scam.
Yep. That's what
You
they
took and got married. The judge should sit up there. You don't need this if there's a
Then they
dispute.
say they're absent
Can we
fathers.
meet this standard of this, yes or no?
Mhm.
And they muddy it up with a new case that all of a sudden magically appears. No, there's one problem. Let's have a history of it, or at least some documentation where there's some criminal charges.
Yes.
Otherwise, we have what? Hearsay.
Hearsay, yeah.
Not admissible
Objection,
in court.
hearsay.
But it's not happening, is it? How much hearsay is in your court cases?
Look, the whole damn thing is. The whole damn thing. From day one. And when my mom died. Like, it's all, the whole fucking case is hearsay. Fabricated.
Notice
hearsay.
where he mentioned SEC Jarsky in one of the president's releases of these cases, and these case laws are decisions.
Yes, I heard him say that. Yep.
What did I tell you guys about SEC versus Jarsky? What it meant? Administrative law judges, if you had a case, you have a trial by jury, you are required to have a trial by jury, or it's unconstitutional. It's a violation of your due process rights.
They can't rule.
They can't take your kids. They can't do this. They can't do that without a trial by jury, and it's a civil matter. And if they charge them with a criminal civil matter, well, then guess what? You guaranteed me a jury trial. But when you denied the jury trial and you went ahead and adjudicated yourself, boom. Now you want to know another story? I'm going to share one with you guys. Hey, and just because you stayed up late with us, I'm going to pop a special surprise. You guys heard about Tanoa Downing, where Jessica something or other that works with him? Yeah, Jessica Saxon. They had a big video that just popped here on Blount County, Tennessee. Okay, Blount County, Tennessee. Okay, that's where I'm at. That judge was my judge.
The woman.
And it's worse. Mine is worse than her story. Worse.
Oof.
And I've already talked to them, and they're already using techniques from some of the stuff we have on there. It comes to find out that the actual courthouse itself is unconstitutional.
Damn. So they've.
Oh, he got it on there, and that's what he's going after, that this is what we're taking out the judges with. I got his plan of attack. Okay, I get it. Great. That's great. Well, what do you got? I'm like, oh, no. I don't stop there.
Right? I'd be like, jump to shit.
I don't stop there. That's all. That's what you got for.
That's all he's got.
Oh, I got so much more.
Oh, and right. But he.
Can you put the connections with all the other stuff? Because we did.
Yeah.
We made the connections.
He can't. That's why he's wanting.
All of it. How it's done. Why? Listen to the system. How the state stacks it against you. I'm going to explain it here for you late night people. You're going to love this. Lawyers get a state bar card, and they all practice law. Okay? They all look for clients to do this. Some do corporate law. Some do this law, some do this law, and they specialize in a certain part of the law. And that deals with commerce and trade within businesses, okay? How they're compliant and what they need. That's what they're supposed to do, okay?
Debt collector.
Now it's a debt collector, it's everything else. So they've used so much of this system to tear you apart that you don't know where to begin or end because it's so bad. And you realize how much you've given up.
Right. And
but here's the thing. So you've got the attorneys that then eventually hopefully work their way up through elections or appointment or whatever it may be.
Judge.
a
Be a judge?
judge or a magistrate. Usually they work as magistrates for a while. To what? Learn the system a little bit, supposedly in a civil court or
Or
this
they
or
go
that.
to juvenile.
Okay. Or they practice law a certain way, especially, and they're
Mhm.
nominated by the governor. Hey, you were a great attorney, or you did this and that. I'm going to appoint you as this. Same thing with the district attorney and a bunch of other people. That's how that whole system rolls.
Uh-huh.
When you become a judge or magistrate, you are supposed to give up your American Bar Association
Right.
card.
Right.
Turn it over, right? Because you're not supposed to be part of the bar or actively
Right.
practicing law.
But
That's
they
all
are.
it says, right? Hold on now.
I know.
So now they're a judge or magistrate. They got a constant pay, nice little package. It's a nice place to be, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Judges.
for
Mhm.
them. I get it. Okay, that's the way it works. Now here's the fucked up part. Guess who sits on the committees when you report them for
Judges.
judicial review and everything else? Attorneys and judges and all these other people. Guess who it goes to?
The attorneys on it.
The judges
Or
and magistrates
judges.
that are
Yep.
serving over it, and they get the
Yep.
attorneys. So they
Yep.
sit on committees like the
CASA.
ethics committee. So because I sit
CASA.
on the ethics committee, I now have to hear cases on ethics or review cases with ethics. I
That is
specialize
so-
in ethics.
That's
What here's the bad part. I'm gonna sew it together. The news didn't finish that. Tammy Harrington is also on the ethics committee for the bar that reviews other lawyers and everything else. So when you dig. Tammy Harrington, yes, it's listed on what? It's listed.
on the
It listed here. This is listed on the State Bar Association.
Oh, God. So they.
She
And that's
serves
like-
as a judge. She is listed in the bar as a judge with a retired
Article-
card.
Yeah.
And it says in there,
Oh.
it serves on the ethics board for the bar.
And they're not, and that's definitely
So
a
the
no-no.
judges and magistrates are all appointing their own from these firms and whoever they're with of this and that to gain
Yes.
power.
Wait a minute. They have.
This is
Like,
how
it
the
appears-
state's working. This is going on in every state. So now your buddies and everything, you know how they all know each other and this and that, and we're all buddies in the
That's-
good old
yes.
system. That's
Oh
because
my
they help
God.
appoint their friends.
That's
how they become
because
magistrates.
that's what. Yeah, well, that's why that judge that was a lawyer, a family law lawyer, I've known him for years, but there's one that was in juvenile court is now a superior court judge, and she appointed her best friend to be the juvenile court judge. And this was an attorney and I'm like, these motherfuckers.
The
And
deck,
now-
the stack
Yes.
was the deck was stacked against you
It
from
even
the
says in
beginning. There's no
paper
way
that
you
her
ever win in
appointed-
family court.
Oh.
This is why.
No.
Nobody's objective.
Oh my-
They're already putting in that they're committing constitutional rights. The judge or magistrate goes over there. I make money, but gives a shit about the Constitution because what? They can't judge on the Constitution.
Right.
But if there's a
and
constitutional
they-
rights issue that comes up in the case, you know what's supposed to happen? The judge is supposed to say, I can't, what? I no longer have jurisdiction
Diction over this.
because this is a constitutional rights issue and I can't rule on this. I can't rule any further.
that they're not.
Now we
doing
have to go to federal court. Then you
But
have to
they're
have your
ruling on-
hearing there.
Mhm.
Then you have
But
to
they're not-
determine what? The constitutional rights
Constitutional
violation
rights.
and how it took and interpreted into what happened.
Yep.
And if the first thing you did was illegally be on somebody's property, then what is called fruit from a poisonous tree applies. And no evidence after that or any involvement is legal.
Right. Avoid that.
But they're not going to tell you that. And your family law
No.
attorney is not going to tell you that
No.
because he
they're
doesn't
gonna run-
practice what? Constitutional
Constitutional
law.
law.
Do
Right.
you see how this is stacked against you?
Oh yeah, it's right when you walk in the door. Right when it starts. It's already
It's
against
a
you.
recyclable system. And who
Yep.
has the control of the state courts? The state
The
bars.
state bars. Yep. And
And they get to select who they want and how they want and everything else. And here's the thing: this is not just happening in
is
one
Superior
county.
like that too?
It's in every county.
Yeah.
Now, Superior Court can be
They're-
appointed. Those are usually appointed. And usually the lower courts, usually it's done, I think, something locally, but each state's different. So you have to look at your state laws on how they're done, but each one has a different process. You do have some elections to cover up that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the judge that's in the Superior Court now, she's the one that referred like the lawyer.
There's the other thing too.
They all work together.
Is they need to take and do something about that, and there's got to be a cure to it.
It's kind of like
it's got to be this, if they wanted to fix the system, and I'm not saying
like a buddy system, like who you know. If you know
and
this person, you're going to get in good with them.
There's got to be a way.
That's fucked up.
To either go to have them take another class to be a judge, not just by practicing law or being this and this and that. I think there needs to be another class that goes through a certification or something else before you become that. And it's not an easy exam. And the constitutional rights are like right on there as a reminder of the test that challenges if you have this or that, and giving scenarios.
Some of them that don't even have
saying, this is where it's at. And here's the thing, the lower court judges are supposed to be keeping up with the higher court's ruling in the state for the commercial stuff and the federal rulings on how they apply to what? We the people and the commercial stuff federally.
Yep.
That's it.
But it's not being done.
All the rest of this shit has been shenanigans to pull the wool over your eyes. So you don't see. And I know that they're going to want to incite violence, like I said, and everything else. That's not what this is about. No. Please be clear that anybody out there, this is not to incite violence. This is to publicly give information to the world of what's been going on with the hard evidence, with the filing, everything else. There's, like I said, there's supposed to be a lot of special guests and this and that. One of them being Sterling Jennings. Yep. We're looking to get in touch with. We've got some people reaching out to him. We've been told it's pretty good, but we're waiting on a confirmation. That's got to go through some channels right now. But there's a lot of people on our side. When this comes out, they want to be on our side and say, see, we told you this was going on. And we're tired of this stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like I said, and then like I said, from my understanding, he's supposed to reach out to several other people and several other things. So this is going to be a big thing that is going to be there to see who stands with this, to say we are not going to have our children stolen anymore.
Who's really going to have
where we stand? Here's
this is where the pressure comes, and who's going to buckle? Who's going to buckle?
And it's the same thing for, like I said, it's understanding that law enforcement has been misled, and they need those that are free thinkers. They better start thinking, because you got to understand this, and that's not a threat. That's talking about constitutionality in your oath. Have you upheld it is what I'm talking about. And those that have not, there's coming a day that you're going to be held accountable.
And they're going to,
everybody that has had oaths to serve us and protect us and used it for their own advantages or for another way to abuse and control people, and understand that Constitution should be the only thing guiding your way in this country. That is the only thing. And we should all agree upon it. But you got to understand, we are being attacked from within.
It's gonna get.
This is not a coincidence. It was proven when they killed
real life people.
You saw how bad it was, and you all better wake the hell up.
It's kind of like that movie. What is it? The Truman Show or something, where they're in like the bubble, living in a bubble, and they're. I mean, think about it. Our movies growing up, look at. It's like they determined. I mean. It's obvious, like shit was going on.
You know what's messed up, and I'm going to tell you what's messed up so bad. If all this stuff is such an issue, everything that's actually going on that they say is going on, and it's that bad, this and that. The question then becomes, what is wrong with society that the birth of the internet and the thing that saved the internet was pornography? It was porn. Porn founded the internet. You can never get past that. And that will flip you out. That's what drove that market. and made it expand to
For
what
the-
it is today.
Yep.
Those are
Yep,
facts.
That's right.
Those are facts.
That is true facts. Yep. Oh yeah.
And now
Like,
you go to this
and people
thing,
would never.
but you've got to understand with a lot of these, and I'm going to say it because it's a little rough, the trans people is how broken are you? Because if you go have those conversations with people that are doing that are doing transgender stuff, they are so broken. And
They're pretty. Yeah.
for right now, the numbers that I've talked to, 100% of them have been through the system.
Yep. I can actually bring someone up that would talk on the show about that.
It's 100%. These
And-
people are abused, but they're outcast by our society of this and that. But our society has created this with having CPS.
Mhm.
You got
And they
people
still get
so messed up,
outcasted too.
and the
'cause-
ideology of people bombing of this and that, of saying, how are they able to get kids? This is what they're doing. Those that can't have kids, and I don't mean that way, they're stealing them to reprogram them, because on their side they're freaking out because everybody's against them. So we need to program their children.
Yep.
What happened
That's
in
true.
your damn bedroom? I don't give a fuck. Leave me the hell alone, and don't put it all over the fucking internet, unless we're going to have age appropriate shit here. You want to look at that? That's your freedom too within this and that. Here's the rules for this and that. There you go. Not my fucking problem. Am I wrong?
No, you're.
I don't give a
you're-
shit if you
no, you're not
transform this, and that. My only thing to anybody that I've ever talked to is be fucking honest.
Right. Right.
Be
right,
truthful.
Right.
Come forward with it.
Stop.
Don't hide shit.
Stop sugar. What is it? Stop sugarcoating.
Sugarcoating.
Is what I say.
Be
You're
who
gonna
you
fucking-
are. I get you got some broken edges.
Yeah.
That's what made you who you are today. I get that part.
Don't. Yeah. Be yourself. Be
Great,
who
you
you
got
are.
this and
Be who
that.
you are. Just
You've done this.
Don't be afraid.
I've
Be
done
open.
this. Hey, I've all this other stuff.
I'm-
I've had thoughts like this,
Okay.
this, and that, and all those other things. People. Now, I'm not talking about nothing with pedo shit. No. Don't misunderstand me.
right.
I'm talking about people
No.
that just, they have something in their mind that they need to kind of get out. People turn around, hey, I feel like I want to blow some shit up. I mean, fucking rednecks love to do that shit. I'm just trying to say, and I know a lot of rednecks that blow up.
I'll throw
Yeah.
beer cans at your window. Just
Or they go shoot guns or whatever. I mean, whatever it is.
Yeah. Look,
I mean, there's an outlet. And they're
Hey.
trying to find a positive way to deal with the energy, the
I
thing they're
got no
doing,
BB gun.
so they don't do something stupid. But it's healthy. And other times people look at it and go, that's not healthy.
Now,
But you're not allowed to
Right,
tell me what's
but-
healthy or not here.
right.
There's my
Because I know
constitutional
what's
right.
good for me, and I know
And somebody joked around and
because I
says,
know.
my constitutional right is to fuck up my kid as bad as I fucking can, and there ain't a fucking thing you can do about it. That's the amount of fucking truth to it. You're right. It is. It's none of my business.
It's yeah.
What you decide
And
with
that's-
your family, your kid, is your thing. So long
that's
as
just
you're
like
not, we're talking sexually abusing them. Well, they're having this. You
Right.
get my fucking point. Something criminal,
Right.
not something
Right.
you
Like
made
my
up in
mom
your head
when-
that you're putting magical pieces together. That I've heard some of those too. Oh my God,
My
there's some
mom,
of those.
when-
Where the
when
fuck
she
did you
moved-
get that
Oh
one?
yeah.
Where's the
it's-
evidence of that?
people-
There is no evidence. I just heard
Right.
hearsay. It's not
They
admissible.
were
Get your
on
brain out
TikTok
of what
today
you hear with
talking like
everything.
that.
It's what you can prove.
Yeah, and they were trying to turn something that Trump said into like he would try to turn it into something it's not, and like he was a pedo, and this guy was like, it was stupid. It was.
I'm
it was
tired.
see how they played it.
Listen, they've
Yeah.
already tried to infiltrate
I'm-
when it came down to this, and I'll tell you this much: I know a lot of people. And yes, I know a lot of people. A lot of people in the LGBTQ. I'm only the camp rejected it, and there's a lot of them even within that community that don't accept them because it's too far in the thing with the kids. They have no problem with
Yeah.
anybody doing that, but once the whole thing for the push for the kids stopped out, that community stood right up
Uh-huh.
and go, oh hell no, this is for adults where it belongs, not for this. Because then you
Oh, yeah, and
because then the other one tried to get on.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Minor attracted person tried to get into the group too and go through there, and that's when everybody. I'm done. I'm done.
Mhm.
And listen,
because growing up, like, you just don't do minors. No,
there's one
kids
thing
are
that
kids.
I've learned over time. Some are a little bit, here or there, that's fine. And that doesn't bother me. But the amount of trauma you hear from somebody that is involved, 80%, I would say, that are not in, or at least have been in, a very unhealthy same sex relationship,
Yeah,
it's bad, bad. I mean, it's
yeah,
holy shit,
yeah.
toxic as fuck.
Like two went.
I mean,
Mhm. Oh yeah,
the selfishness,
it is,
the
because
this, the that.
I mean,
And
think
that goes
about it.
for other
You know
people
the
too.
other
Now, don't get
person.
me
You already know.
wrong, but I've never seen
'Cause-
people, especially with several, and it's not an isolated incident. It was several of very possessive, very controlling,
Yeah,
very this and that. And it's
two
like,
two
wow.
women. Yeah.
Then the question
It's-
becomes, who hurts you
Yep.
that you have to be that way?
Yep.
And people
Yep.
don't look at it that
There's-
way with a sense of grace and mercy anymore. Instead of people, you're a bad person, you're this, you're that. Whatever happened to what happened to you to make you this way? What broke, man?
Right. Right.
What
And
happened?
sometimes it's not like that in the world anymore. Nobody's worried about that. And the few that still have those caring hearts, and that would, because some people need people to reach out like that and just ask them, because some people struggle every day. But this the way the world is now, it's heartless as shit. It's cold.
Well, we've got to do better because nobody knows their rights. And they're half the time they're dealing with this, or they're dealing with this, or they're dealing with this.
It's like their life is so hectic, and really, it don't have to be that way.
It's not supposed to be that way.
No, we are supposed to be happy, free, and living life like this is supposed to be like the everybody America. They want to all come to America.
Well, now listen here. I'm going to be dead honest with you, and a lot of people don't know this. When those people come to America, they're tax-free for so many years.
Yep.
And they can get some fucking U.S. fucking loans to buy anything they want.
Yes.
Let me tell you, hold on now. I'm going to do a shout out because somebody's got to do this, because this is good business. And this is people of Indian descent, and I'm not shitting you. These are some smart people.
Oh, yeah. I know where you're going with that. Yeah.
No. They get this shit, they get this loan, and they buy up fucking property.
Yes.
One at a time.
Gas
they get
stations,
a cigarette store, tobacco store.
Yep.
Some of these other
shop,
things that are here. And they hold on to it. And then they just pass it. What? Because if the next one doesn't take the tax thing and has never used it, because he's never been a business owner, he's been an employee. And a lot of the Mexican restaurants I've been to have done the same thing. Come work for the family business, and they got rich as hell.
Yes, and
what did they do? I'm going to shut mine down, and I'm gonna turn around and turn it over and sign it to my brother or my cousin.
Yep. Because you don't have to
and turn around and sell the business, or the family took it over. Well, now they get to start it again after so many years.
Yep.
After so many years, they could do the same thing and do the tax-free. And it just goes from family members, and everybody gets rich, and the next one takes their profits, and they help each other because they're family, and they all stay together. So now everybody lives good. And I'm like, and I've seen this shit happen before with this dude. I'm like, this one dude came into town with some killer Mexican restaurant. And next thing you know, this dude's driving one of those big, look like semi trucks, F-950s or some shit like that had like that regular with that big body.
Yes.
And it was like, what the fuck? This dude's driving around with the name of the Mexican restaurant just as proud as could be. And that damn thing wasn't cheap.
Right. No.
You know what I'm saying? But he had his whole thing. He needed it for the space. It was like a rig, but he wanted something cool. And they had the money. And once again, they write it off as a business expense and slap a sticker on it. It's a tax write-off.
Yep. They're smart. Oh, yeah.
It's a smart business. But a lot of those people, especially the Indian people, and they do the same thing with cigarette stores. And they do it this. And then next thing you know, they own a bunch of them in the area. You guys have all seen this. I'm not kidding. They're very, very
it's right around here.
That's a good way to take advantage of it. But damn, I'd like to have a shot at some of
As a
that.
matter of fact, the people like the Hispanics around here, that's what they're doing. This area right now, that they're buying up. And I'm like,
oh, the amount of SBA stuff that you have access to and everything else as a minority or a woman that they classify. I'm not using that word derogatory. That's what they call it. If you're in the minority category, you can get special loans that nobody else can get, the average person, just because of that. If anything, that's almost like a DEI program.
Yep. And it's, yeah. I mean, there was some program that
the SBA is set up, like I said, a DEI program. You get a little bit more because it's the idea is to give them enough to start up this and that in rough areas. That's the concept.
Yep. That's why.
But once again, there's so many people that took like the SBA loan, this and that, and filing all sorts of shit illegally just so they can live their fucking lavish lifestyle by stealing.
But they're going to be, that's
where they were catching people on all those corrupt SBA loans that they weren't getting the COVID-19 checks and the other shit. People were committing mass fraud.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And all of a sudden you see these people that damn well they're broke. They ain't got a penny. I mean, come on. I live paycheck to paycheck, so I know damn well that, where did that boat come from? And that's a nice ass boat. It was during that time that
it's all connected and it's all coming out to where people are putting the pieces together. Yeah. This is what's going on.
They're done.
Listen, man, didn't they just say something about AOC or something collected her grandmama's fucking social security check or somebody there in Congress doing that shit? Oh, I forgot to tell him she was dead. That was an extra so much in the pocket a month. What the hell?
And that was someone was doing it for years.
Well, and that's the whole thing. On top of all the other money and the money coming from lobbying and everything else and the shit like that, and these people just out of control, like they curved this. And you heard it. Listen, you heard it from Bernie Sanders. Did you catch it?
Yeah.
When he says, "Wait a minute," he says, "Isn't it true that you have 3 homes?" What did he say? Well, yeah, I work for the government. You heard him.
And
come work for the government and be rich like me.
That's exactly. Yeah. It's like,
let me show you the power of this.
Yeah,
that's as hypocritical as I've ever seen. You cannot, but I can have. What's good for you is not good for me. Must be nice to have 3 homes and all this other shit. Where's the Where's all this money that can be done that you don't need all that? You're a servant.
Right.
You're a public servant.
Right. And I hope the ones that have been.
This has got to stop. And I think everybody's had enough, but let alone to turn around and the way they've been blatantly doing it though is just they're poking the bear. But the thing is what's going to bring them together. And the whole thing is, and this is the thing they scare that they're all scared of, is that we go public and we figure it out and catch them, and it's over. Because that's all that's needed.
Yeah, well, they're caught and they know it.
And if that's all that's needed, once again, if that's all that's needed, then the Constitution should enact as such as the Constitution says. Bottom line.
Yeah. So we'll find out, right?
Truth comes out. Let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. Because once the truth is exposed.
Let's get back to the Constitution. This has got to stop. We can't take this.
They never expected anybody calling out this shit.
This is what's called oppression.
Yep.
This is what's called slavery. 13th Amendment. Guess what? Hey, y'all better wake up because we're all in this one together. Every color. Every race, all of you. It doesn't matter that shit no more. They took all our motherfucking kids.
We're all discriminated.
They destroyed all our families. Destroyed all of our lives. With what? Lies. so they could make money
stress
by violating constitutional rights. And when it comes out and it's done, here it is.
They're done.
We don't want violence, but at the same time, here it is. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
Because this is enough. And we've made our proclamation, and we've had enough, and we're coming. And from my understanding, once this is done, yes, this will be played nationwide on all national TV stations, as well as my understanding is, yes, the president himself will be watching this live. Yeah, it's going down, guys. It's done.
Yeah.
It's over. We just got to get the last few things into place, and it's over. It all comes out.
They ain't gonna. They can't.
There ain't no
forward.
coming back. Because once we rip this one off,
that's when the shit's gonna.
Now the whole
we're gonna find out who's real and who's not.
You're going to find out a lot of things, and then you're going to look at your neighbor just a little bit different.
Right.
Because that may be the people that's been blowing their whistle the whole time that you better wake up, because your neighbor sides with those people and agrees with that. And that means unconstitutionality. That makes them, well, you figure it out if they're not going to line up with the Constitution.
Right.
They obviously aren't very friendly to our country.
Right. They're not real.
A return to the Constitution is not a bad thing.
No.
It's the thing that must happen and should have never gone away from.
Right. That's what I was trying to explain.
And it's coming back.
Even if they gotta file claim martial law too,
and the kids are coming home, and it's done.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna hurt babies anymore. They're not gonna be selling babies anymore. They're not gonna do shit to kids anymore. Screw that.
You guys heard it here. We're gonna work on even doing a live broadcast on some of our channels. I've got to get with Darren once all the pieces get worked out on this, and we bring the proof to the people. And they can make their own decision, and then the world can wake up of what's been going on, how it's been going on, the way it's been done, and how all this stuff is just so bad that the Constitution says that they have the ability, that the president does, if, let's put it this way, and once again, not to incite anything, it's one of the things. We have to make our petitions known to our government is what it basically comes down to, and that is our constitutionally protected right. If that means speaking up in a louder voice, this is what we do. But this is where we get all the advocates, we get all the people that have been hurt, anybody that can possibly get to that location as possible. This is going to be a memorable event. You will not want to miss it.
Right.
Country, you thought a Million Man March was bad. I expect to hopefully see more there, especially with the parents that have been hurt in every state, advocates, everything else. I don't care if you're on this cause, you need to hear what's going on.
Yeah,
your family's been taken and done by this cause. You need to know what's going on. Right. You need to know what is happening and actually happening, and peel back this layer of this onion at this time to make this stuff quit hurting, and we begin to heal as a country and get back to where we need to be, with family at the center, and stop destroying the family and stay the fuck out of the family's business.
This is the time that
we have rights. Respect them. If not, we're gonna call you traitors. We're gonna say you've committed treason. We're gonna use words like sedition, and we can prove it in a court of law. And we're going to get that shot. And that's what this is it's already on file. Here's the rest of it. And this is what's going down.
People need to step up.
This is what's called transparency.
Exactly. Enough. Calling it out like it is. Calling the bullshit out.
This is so everybody's educated. Everybody knows what's been going on, how it's been working, the way it's been working, who's been lied to, who's been manipulated, why they've constantly divided us, everything.
And why is
All
it
done.
that
Listen, all the research has been done.
Mhm.
We traced it all back. We know why it's there. We know how it's there
Mhm.
and the way it's instituted. The problem is nothing's above the Constitution. A city,
Right.
a state, anything cannot
Right.
pass an ordinance, a law, a code, a regulation,
Nothing.
anything that is unconstitutional.
Constitutional.
100%.
And
It was supposed to be checked. There's the other thing I know. Most of you don't know.
oversight.
These policies and procedures and everything else have to go before your state's what's called your law librarian.
Yep.
Even your
Yes.
your senators
Yes.
and your congressmen in your state. Anybody proposes a law or anything else, your
Mhm.
law librarian is supposed
Yep.
to look at that and make sure it is constitutionally sound and agrees with what the state says.
Right.
Here's the problem. Remember that Chevron case?
Yes.
They got to write a whole lot of shit in there that fucked this whole thing up so bad it's not even funny, because they
Wow.
considered all these people specialists and they didn't go by the Constitution,
Nope.
which forced you into what? Into their fucking system.
Yeah.
What did Chevron do when it
Yeah.
reversed? It said what? No, you can't be a specialist. Everybody has to respect the Constitution,
Yeah.
and you have to what? Follow case law
Case law.
or the superior courts, even in your state.
jurisdiction.
So if the Supreme Court of your state has made a ruling, the lowercase
Yeah.
judges were supposed
have
to
to
follow that ruling. They have to. They do not get discretion. They're at the bottom of the barrel, but they're
they've
so
been
headed. They think they sit on the Tennessee Supreme Court, and they
Right.
are the law.
they
There's
think they're
the problem.
safe.
They need to do a psychological evaluation on every fucking judge before they ever get in here, and
Yes.
do several of them a year mandatory
They
to
should.
make sure that they're in the right fucking mind. And
And that's-
anytime they're not or something coming up, they are removed from the bench
Right.
automatically.
And like if a judge is in a case, like say if they're a victim in a case, and they definitely need psychological evaluations done, because how can they make rulings if they are traumatized from us? Like you already know where I'm going with that. So how can they? I mean, and that's not even right. Like how can you make a judicial a sentence or determination if you are if something would trigger, like if it was a criminal case, what if a case comes across their lap that is something to do with that could trigger them? It could be related to what caused it. How in the hell can they make their ruling? How can they do that? It's like, you tell me what if there's a judge.
But see, that's the beauty of this show,
Mhm.
is sharing the information freely. Challenge you to go look it up yourself.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm
That's
lying. Tell me this isn't. Our Constitution is not compromisable. You must.
You have
That's a you must.
yes.
And
like,
there's
they
people
know-
out there that have made you think twice about it, that make you believe you don't
That's
live in
like-
a constitutional republic. They've renamed it a democracy because in this corporation and everything else, it is a democracy.
Yep, and they try to.
But
Like,
that's
that's
not
like
the way we're supposed to live.
that's like they say this is supposed to be in cursive, but it's okay, you can write just normal. No,
Until they started changing the words, and we already blew the whistle on that early on when they did the first one. Because as soon as they started translating the Constitution, I said, wait a minute, that ain't right. And I went back to the wrong thing. And I even challenged and sent a lot of these companies to go, why did you change the wording?
Yes,
And everything else exposing them. And they hated that. I was all on that for a while. They hated me. Hell no. I knew what it said. You're leaving words out or you're changing words. Hell no. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to take over our country by dumbing you down and not knowing your constitutional rights. You don't believe me? Go do it with your kids if you have kids.
It's true. It's true.
Go.
It is. Yep.
I challenge you. And they're going to look at it and go, I can't read that.
Yep. They don't even write cursive anymore.
You know what else that means?
What?
Now you belong to the state. You don't have to, because now we own you. You know why? Because you can't sign the contract anymore.
Nope.
You need the
And you have
government.
to
You
sign
have to
it.
just sign the X
You
and
have
print
to
your
sign it
name,
cursive.
which is not your thing. Cursive
Nope.
takes you out of contract law.
Yep.
Now we've proven you're too ignorant to make your own decisions. You've just been overthrown.
Yep. You have to sign her.
See where we're going? And no, I'm not kidding.
It's true.
You can't sign your name to stuff. There's no more this or that. You're totally plugged into their system.
Yep.
You
That's why you have the spot for your signature and then your printed name.
You don't even know. Most of you don't even know what a check's for. You know, a check is a legal document.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like a paycheck.
I mean, nowadays you have to walk around. They figure, here's the thing. They figure if you're out in public anywhere or a public place, okay, they can over anything and police you and micromanage you as much as they want. I dare you to screw up. We got you. You're in public.
Right.
Because you've left what? The safety of your home. And that's sad. It's got to be that way. And that's what's called a police state.
You can't even.
Yeah, that's a real police state.
Right.
Because I should be able to move around freely, not for this, that. If somebody's done something wrong, great. Deal with it.
Right. But
now Texas is looking at doing something like the Autobahn of a no speed limit thing over here in Texas. You guys hear about that? An Autobahn in Texas. They're looking to open up. Yeah, an Autobahn, no speed limit road.
What?
Yeah. All through, there's a spot on Texas looking to do this. Why? Because speed limits are recommendations for what? Commercial vehicles. We're supposed to be able to freely drive, travel, do this and that, so long as you can operate the vehicle and not crash it, and you have liability if you damage anybody. Back in the day, cars were so cheap. If you had a car accident, you just fuck it. I'll just, at that time things were so good. I'm serious. It was that good. You could drive your car, that big old heavy metal thing, and go buy you a nice new car, and it was cheap, and you paid cash.
My papa stand up. If somebody put on front of him, he'd speed up. I heard these stories. I mean, look, and it's true. He said, well,
even when they got into an accident, most of them did that couldn't. They went to the junkyard and they stripped the damn bumper off and everything else, and they redid that shit.
That's right.
The best they could, damn it, they survived.
Yes, they did.
They didn't care if they had one different colored fucking fender. It's fixed, damn it, and I didn't have to pay nothing.
But now it's all about materialistic shit.
Well, now they make the cars, they just fall apart.
Right. And it's like the
zones.
Like even
hell, we didn't ride around with no seat. We were safe as fuck. That was a solid fucking frame under that shit. That was a tank.
My papa put me in shit. That thing. He said, well, at least I know you won't get hurt in this thing.
Back in the day, let me tell you something. Safety was good with a lot of good car manufacturers because it was all steel. You rode around in a tank.
Yes, you did. You know damn well you ain't going yet.
You walked away from a lot of accidents. Yeah, seatbelts came in, a lot of other things and said, it's an impact. But once again, airbags then upgraded this and that. I mean, and they save a lot of lives.
But sometimes it's not good.
Well, sometimes I'll agree. Personally, I think they ought to go to an all airbag system and remove the seatbelt.
Seatbelts, because seatbelts.
Because if you have enough airbags in that thing to be safe enough to drive on an impact, get balloons around you, then you should be good because you're in one big cushion of everything. And if you've got to go from here to here, out of this seat and pushed over to this seat, and nobody's there, well, you got to make sure that there's something there or something pops up in the middle to save you from bashing each other. There's ways to design this shit. And like I said, they have the technology. Why they don't do some of this shit, I don't know. But there's thoughts of it and things going around it. They're becoming safer once again. They're trying. Safety Commission. They want to make sure that if somebody gets in an accident, they can walk away every time. And that's never going to happen because, listen, it's just one of those things.
Right.
Which now they're suggesting auto drive, so let's eliminate the those that don't wish to drive or learn to drive. We'll just get in the auto car and sit back and enjoy the ride. And I know. I gotta have control in there. I'm just old school. I like to feel the road and
I rode in one of those Telluride. Like I said, I got out and started walking because I'm not doing it. That is so. Look, I know I watched the Jetsons, but I'm not going to be in no vehicle that's going to tell me how to like drive. No, we're not
Listen,
doing
man, they're already up to the Tesla robots.
Yes, that's the thing. Yeah, I see.
And the dogs.
The dogs.
We
got dogs.
Damn dog, 4-legged autonomic fucking vehicle robot.
No shit.
Like 4 paws with 4 hands that constantly grab and articulate like an animal. Fucking crazy shit.
No.
And ride it like a motorcycle.
Boy, my mom would be freaking out.
Listen, man, we're living in some exciting times with technology and everything else, but that's the idea, to push the innovation that our lives are better, but don't forget about my constitutional rights and the human part of it.
Yeah.
We don't want just this and that. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And that's part of the healing that comes with it, is having a goal to go after and going, this has all been done. All that hatred we've had between each other and this and that has all been manipulation and mind control and ways of doing this and that to play with us, to keep us at each other and divide us, coming together. And here's the thing: we used to get to the point. Listen, I thought about this. It used to be between men and women that would get together is that you would have a discussion or you would have the art of debate, bringing your facts to each other to justify one's point of view. But we shut down debate completely. And we've lost that whole sense of communication. Now we don't talk to each other. It's the agree with me or you hate me attitude. And that's wrong. You're walking away from the table. That's not the way a debate works. Come at me with facts. Come at me with the evidence. Come at me with this, and that. And let me make my own informed decision. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's what men and women were doing when we were talking to each other. Or men would talk at work, would go, well, I heard this, I heard that. The idea is to go beyond just what somebody told you as truth. Do your own research.
Instead of going by just hearsay.
Take it at face value is what they used to tell us. Yeah. That doesn't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? Do your own research.
Right.
Always challenge that way.
Right.
And because that's the part I think that hurts the most, is watching them take that away and realizing they took it away, of how it's going to affect your kids and how it's already affecting your kids because of what they've done. And then they, and now you're doing this. Now CPS is in schools. They're in this, they're in that. I mean, you had that one lady that was, oh, well, this kid was homeschooled. If they just let us in our houses, this wouldn't happen. Damn. Right. You want in everybody's houses that you can guarantee this or that? That's a fucking lie.
They're not. Right. They're not law enforcement. Who are they to go in? I mean, can we go in their house?
How would you like it?
They get our asses locked up. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. They turn around and do that, and I guarantee you a lot of law enforcement, they teach their kids. I know they do. Just a little bit different. And military kids, they get taught a little bit different too. It's the way it is. But we've all got to agree to come under this Constitution and learn how to live and coexist. Right. See, the best of every one of us was supposed to come together to make a better country, not the worst of us.
Not a divided country.
Not the worst of us.
Not divided.
That's not what it's built on. It's built on the best of us. That was the American dream.
Yep.
Was the best of us came to the top. The best of us that put in most of this could be successful. You had the opportunity that whatever you put your mind to, you can make happen. That was the American dream. That's gone. And we want it back.
It's all gone. Oh, yeah. We definitely do.
But when you steal our dreams and our hopes and our children, and we can't tell them about the stories their aunts and uncles and everything else while they're getting bombarded and brainwashed in something that's just the opposite. I've noticed a pattern. That's right. If you're outside of religion or organized religion, guess who ends up running the places over there with the CPSs or they get for foster care? Organized religion people. Then what do? That's how they force them to get into organized religion. And then, oh, well, what happens? You know what I hear? Well, Mom, we didn't go here, but when I was over at so-and-so's in foster care, we went over to this place. Yeah. Now they've bribed your kid into getting you to go into a religious institution. That's fucked up. Now, hold on. It goes the opposite way. You're semi, religious or this or that, or you're just this particular person, or maybe a little bit of an outcast. This, hey, we're going to take your kid away and we're going to go to the far end of the spectrum of ultra left and this and that. And a lot of things are saying this shouldn't happen. Like when in Colorado, when now CPS can come steal your children. Come steal your children. Yeah. If they identify as transgender and you don't support it, they will come steal your children.
In Colorado?
Colorado passed it. It's now a Colorado law. So it's given safe haven to all of them to come here with all your broken kids and everything else. Why? Because it generates, the states do this, to generate federal funds. We now have an influx of this community and we need to support them. We need a diversity fund. We need to support our community. We have this and that. And they find ways to file and get money for it or grants for it.
And that'll lock in the federal fund.
But the thing is it's the state actually taking care of the broken kids they actually created. This is their answer to that. Find a state, make it this way, a couple of them, and let those people that we break, and then everybody in that state will be broken. And in a constant state of being broken. You don't believe me? Look at Maine. Holy shit. Bad. Georgia.
Yeah. Maine.
What the
Georgia's
fuck?
Bad. Yeah. Yep. Georgia.
California. Some of those that are over here.
Arizona.
Come on, guys. Leave the damn kids alone. You can't have it both ways with pushing transgenderism and all this other stuff and this and that, and then trying to say you're out here to save children and from families, and this is what you're giving them to. That's the opposite of their belief system. This is cultural genocide. It's forcing you to accept whatever they want you to accept, and if they won't go smoothly, this is how they shove it down your throat. They take your kids and program them and expose them to it 100%.
Yeah.
Or the opposite end of the spectrum. Why? Because they keep them at odds at each other. What better argument do you have across this country versus the ultra right religious ring over there versus the other side of the spectrum of the deviants and the devil worshipers and this and this and everything else you can come up with? And that's what's great for you. But we all got to learn to come to a common place to live to where we don't force each other's rights either way down another person's throat and violate their rights. And there's the problem.
And that's what they're trying to do, is make everybody hate each other.
Forcing us. Well, Danielle, did they give you a choice? They just come get.
Right. They just do it.
They don't care. They're going to do what they want to do. Fuck your family.
Right.
They don't give a shit. It's fine to them.
Look, they didn't even take me out of the holding cell at the courthouse to go to my court date.
They will traumatize your kids in ways you couldn't even possibly think of that will scar them for the rest of their life.
Oh yeah, my son.
Which causes what? Listen to me. This causes broken home syndrome. They don't know who to trust and what home is. You wonder why people are out there doing the things they do. The girls out there that are so promiscuous and doing everything else, why they're trained to do this. They're conditioned to do this. They're even telling some of these girls to go be a fucking prostitute.
Yes.
Social workers are telling them.
Yes.
Go be a prostitute. Get on the streets. Yep. Be an independent woman. That's the shit they're telling them.
Yep.
That's come out all over the place. Guys, open your eyes.
It's true.
The hospitals. Holy shit. Doctors give you the drugs and they test you for the drugs. They test you for the drugs without a search warrant.
Right.
Oh, well, we've got to have. Oh, well, we're just going to do this naturally and this and that, not informing them of their rights that you need to come in, that you got to come into the hospital. And now you have to come into the hospital and tell them, I'm exercising my constitutional rights and I do not give any of my rights away. And you give it to them. You hand them their contract and you put in there, this supersedes any of your codes or policies or anything else, that I respect my constitutional rights above all else. I do not give consent to anything.
Right.
Please make this apparent and document it. And if there is a question of anything, I request the presence of an attorney or an advisor.
Right.
Immediately invoke your rights.
Right.
Otherwise, you can't proceed.
Nope.
Now, what do? I've invoked my rights. Did you know
Mm-hmm.
you had Fourth Amendment rights in a hospital bedroom?
No.
So you can put that in there, that I take and claim because I'm going to be here for this particular service and I'm paying for this room the same as a hotel or anything, but at a much higher cost.
True.
That I do not give up my constitutional rights of my Fourth Amendment, that I am now residing here.
True.
Which is why a lot of them, it used to be, and this is why a lot of hospitals did this, and this is why, because they could do this, is they wouldn't put 2 beds anymore in a lot of places in one room, except for places that are older, this and that. They want you in a private room because that's supposed to be your private domicile.
Yeah.
There's been lawsuits filed on that.
Yeah.
People didn't know that.
You pay for it. They bill you.
Got to know your rights. Hospitals doing something wrong, take them to court, you get them to fix it. But if it's something immediate like stealing children, this has got to fucking stop.
Yeah. Because they are stealing and they just freely do it.
Well, everybody needs to wake up to every facet of it, not just one part.
Right.
And there's multiple people in here. This is a multiple-headed thing. It's a very organized, very well protected. Even within some of the laws and some of the rulings that they put in place, you can't get past.
It's very secret.
You know, Rooker versus Feldman. Technically, under the Constitution, as we've read here before, who has original jurisdiction?
Supreme Court. Right? And the state's a party. The state's not. Yeah.
If the state's on the other word or anything on there or any of their things, they don't have jurisdiction.
Right. The Supreme Court does. So it's
But you've been fooled to go in there and they've demanded you, and if not, they'll slap this on here or they'll take this from you. Why? Because they're exercising the powers that they can use against you, that gives the power that the state gives them.
Yeah, like where is that? Oh, there's a Piper. Where it says like the Georgia versus you. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy.
Guys, this is case law that you guys can all, like I said, you guys can all look at. You can find it. It's easy to find when you're listening to the case word. Like I said, the case words, you're looking at a lot of that stuff. A lot of these search engines or legal search engines will know what you're talking about. They'll pull up a ton of it and let you look at it. So they've actually made that more user friendly.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Like I said, that goes on with this, but it's just got to stop. We can't take this. We want our kids
back. A
back.
lot of parents don't have.
Listen. How can you make family memories when your family's fucking destroyed of Christmases, birthdays, this, that? You don't think that don't fuck with your kid? You don't think that don't fuck with a parent? First steps taken, stolen, crawling.
A son that hadn't even got to
riding a bike taken from a parent. Driving a car.
Graduations.
Stolen. Graduations. School upbringing, shots, medical decisions, all that stolen from you.
Mother-daughter relationships, like the bonds.
You don't have that bond. You don't get to tell them when you wanted to, or according to the way your belief system says you want to raise your child.
Somebody else get
freedom of religion. Remember, first one. You can't touch it. Freedom of religion. I'm going to wave the flag. You can't. Hands off. But they don't care. Churches and everything else, organized religions, did you know that they started to fail? That a lot of them are dependent on foster care system and foster homes that they run to run their conventions.
Yep.
They have a budget for that, on how much to get and how much they get off of that. They're on the government tit for a 501c. They're out there working hard for a government dollar. Oh, yes, you better wake up. It's not about small this or that. Your organization have all corporate, and they're all a corporation. And this is how they're doing it. And how are they doing it? Guess what? Whether you know it or not, look it up. If you're a part of a larger organized religion, look it up. Yes, your religion, head of your religion within the whole United States has a budget, and they have foster homes all across the United States.
Yes, they do.
And they are taking these kids in, trying to work something out that it's supposed to be for the worst of the worst. That's, they used to call them boys' homes and girls' homes. Remember the back in the day? Yeah.
Yep. Goshen has an all-boys ranch up here.
Now it's not even called that. That's not for just juvenile delinquents. They put foster kids and the juvenile delinquents all in the same fucking place.
Yes, they do.
That's fucked up. That's the bad kids. Listen, that's the really bad kids in there for some shit. They're in there with the foster care kids.
And they let
same
them,
facility.
And they try to start fights with them.
That's what people are talking about. You better listen. You better wake it up.
Yep. I got proof of that. Video visits and everything.
There's people that can testify to be in almost every foster home across this United States. There's always witnesses. You don't believe me? Go find somebody or ask around where it's from. But the idea is we are supposed to
attacked my son naked on video visit
and gain knowledge being here. Okay. That we're not doing. They've cut each other off from each other.
Right.
You and me. That's what they hated, why TikTok took off so much. We can now communicate freely and see us.
Yeah.
Not behind the screen, not a keyboard warrior. Us, the emotion, the this, the that. You could tell when somebody's playing or acting or it was real. I mean, it's that transparent because it's not that hard to tell the difference.
Right.
I mean,
that's why
you can tell when people are acting, especially on TikTok. But then other people that were out there real, trying to get your attention hooked. And that's what they hated about what I was doing, was it was the truth. This is federal case law. It says this and this. It's just going back to the Constitution.
The ones that they're trying to shut up.
They silenced me or attempted to till we came to this network.
Yep. I remember that.
And how much have we learned off of each other, Danielle?
A lot.
We shared information. That's what scared the shit out of them. When the right group of people got together, we, the people who are the government, began to take back control and said we'd had enough and we're going to share information on the enemy and we're going to find out who the enemy is and who's doing this, because we all know this shit ain't right and my rights were violated and your rights were violated and nobody's doing nothing. Something's really seriously fucking wrong with our system.
When you ain't got no say in a freaking courtroom,
everybody's supposed to respect each other's rights. If not, it's a crime.
Right. You can't just go,
a badge, sitting on a bench, any of that other bullshit does not protect you. What is that? Ignorance of the law does not negate your responsibility of the law. That applies to all of them. But they're going to have to wake up. But the only people making the money
is them.
Better wake up. You follow the money, right? Right, Danielle? Follow the money. Who makes the most money out of this? CPS? No.
Nope. The judges.
Who makes most out of this?
Judges and the public officials.
Just putting you in the system, they all collaborate together for a RICO case.
Yep.
It's 100% every fucking state.
Yep. It's every one of them. Anybody that's
how do you work together? You've got CPS that brings it into the court system. The judges that take and turn around that are appointed by all their friends and everything else.
To
decide your fate with no jury or no fair trial or anything else. This is the way it will be, and you will take and obey. Is basically what you're told. Fuck you. And what about my constitutional rights? We don't give a shit. We don't deal with it. I can't adjudicate. I don't have one of the powers. What are you supposed to do? Well, they figure you're dumb enough and you don't know nothing about the law to know that they should have kicked it upstairs to the federal court. It was mandated for it to be because of constitutional rights violation. And of course, the only people that's in most people that are in family law, I'm not going to say all of them, which are your family attorneys, only have a state license. So they're not going to take it to a federal court because they don't have the authority to even enter the courtroom at a federal level.
And at the end of the day, they're going to
against you from day one. This is meant to kick your ass and no way
already
out.
Set up for failure.
And then add Rooker versus Feldman. Let the state do this. And when they cry out to the federal courts, we can't get involved because of this and that.
Mm-hmm.
You see how well this
When
has been constructed and insulated and everything else, and it's not hard to find. And when you know where all the evidence to convict everybody is on top of it with hard evidence, here's where it's at.
Read your stuff, people.
Here's this. And there's more to come once they get even deeper. Why? Because once you open that door, that's Pandora's box, baby. Because now you get into all of it. Because if the state's bad, that means your local government's bad.
Yes, counties, cities. Oh my God, it's
all of them.
They're all
have to go
state,
once it's actually
from the
said
state
and done,
down is all together.
That's up to the people of how they cry.
Right.
And enough of us make the noise of stop, put us back to the Constitution, and they realize what's going on. Now you've got something to deal with because now you have the people saying, bring back the Constitution and save our fucking children.
Right.
It's that bad.
That our
and it's not because people were bad people. It wasn't because they were evil, this and this and that. Oh no, these fuckers know how to frame you.
It's already set up.
Frame you. Which now, hold on. Now we need to look at some of the people that do have criminal convictions on them and take another look at them.
Yep.
Yeah, I said what I said. If it's that corrupt, that means you've also got to take a look at it. If the state's willing to operate unconstitutionally, what makes you think it disqualifies all of their judges?
Yeah, there's
all of the administrative law judges, all of them.
There's people doing time that
and some states and everything else, the more they dig, we can go back 10 years, 20 years, some of these other things with some of these states with this evidence of saying, you've been doing this for this long.
Yep. And it's fucked up. It really is because
in Texas, nice try. But you didn't fire a fucking person. You didn't prosecute a fucking person. You didn't do a fucking thing to any of those fuckers down there. That bullshit that you're trying to pull is a fucking shenanigan. 100% to get things in order.
Kids,
you want to get in order, get constitutional, Mr. Attorney or head of the head judge down there in Texas. And if you do that, guess what? All your buddies are fucking gone.
That was wrong how they treated
off of the past, their past. You can't move forward till you deal with the past.
Right.
A major thing, if you're passing shit like that, you're fully aware of this is happening. Who the fuck's been held accountable, Texas? I want to know who got arrested. I want to know what judges were removed. I want nothing.
There ain't
not a damn thing.
They're trying to hush it up. Yeah. And that's right there can tell you what's up. Shit. The ones that are running the run.
Listen. It's once again, we're going to throw a fucking solution and we're going to put one finger into the hole of the fucking dam, crack it all up and down. You're about to get fucked.
Right? They're about
hell no. Run. Unplug and run like hell. There's that point. That's what they did. And they said, they're going to uncover all of it. Now's the time. You know who was smart? Was the ones who were the dirtiest and everything else got out. And you know what they're going to do? They know if they're out of the country in a non-extradition country and nobody's looking for them, you can't do shit. And they can move out of this fucking country and leave forever.
And they won't.
A non-extradition country with a ton of fucking money. That's why this shit has to stop. That's why they need to close the ports. That's why they need that. Nobody runs.
P. Diddy was trying to run.
That's what I'm saying. They were having, flights, even private flights, because these people have that kind of money. Think about it. They got powerful friends. Man, get me the fuck out of the country. I put all my money over here, or I cashed it out. We're moving. I retired. I'm the fuck out of here.
Well, they're full of shit.
And they know exactly where they're running to run off with their money and live like kings for all that they've done in non-extradition country. They know what's up.
Yeah, these parents need to, if now's the time to speak up. Now is, if it ain't now, I don't know what to tell you. Because these are your kids. These are our kids.
How much it hurts. And that's what we're telling people. You will begin to heal when you begin to tell your story.
Right.
It's the first step.
I just wish they weren't scared to speak. These people are not going to, trust me, they're not going to be able to bully anyone.
They're not, once
If,
again,
if my strength can help them
here's
speak
the
up,
thing.
let's do that.
Here's the thing. After this thing that goes down,
Mhm.
it's over, because everybody will speak up, because it will be public.
Yes.
It will be known. The evidence will be shown, and it will show you exactly what's going on and what that means under our Constitution.
Mhm.
Now, once again, not inciting violence, not looking
No.
for this, that, and that.
No, we're not.
Because
We're
you
not.
know they're going to go look at all of our shit and look at this and that. No, we are
Yeah.
not inciting violence. We are simply there, we'll be, working on assembling ourselves peacefully
Peaceful. Yep.
to share the information and to make our
World, the world
petitions
make
known
it. Yep.
to those appointed
And our
and
fellow
elected
neighbors. Mm-hmm.
and
fellow
our other
communities.
countries and everybody else, of where we stand, what's been going on,
Yep.
how it's been going on, how this puts us all together, and how all of this has got to stop, and how we need and we must go back to this Constitution.
Because
There
it's a
can't
crisis.
be any other way. We've come to the point of no return, and it's coming. It's already getting cleaned up in the higher ups. He's clearing out the upper courts because he
Yep.
knows what's
He knows.
coming.
Yep.
Because the federal courts are going to be full. When you figure out what we have and how to file and everything else, yes, you will
look at
be in a
Georgia.
federal court very, very, very soon.
Look at Georgia. The damn governor here is filing tort legislation, and boy, that went through quick. All right, Mister, what's your face? What you hiding, sir? Because what's going on? You know
They are circling their wagons,
and then now they're wanting to hit the
talk
Freedom
of it
Information
there.
Act.
Maine, listen, Maine is hiding, on a good reference source under the press. First Amendment.
Mhm.
Yes, I have a source that says they are hiding illegals and MS-13 in their jail cells to hide them from ICE. That is, once again, you've heard that here. Guys, that's huge.
Mhm.
That's an act of treason. I mean,
Yeah.
hiding them from ICE and everything else that they're there. But
That's
now,
wrong.
hopefully, they'll get the message and they'll go in there and go check those cells and get
Yep.
those people out. And
They need to get them.
they're
right.
looking to run us into the ground. There are people out there that are looking to destroy this country because they don't
Yes.
believe in this. They believe in a democracy. They don't believe in a constitutional republic. And this is what they're trying to overthrow.
Mhm. And
That is what this is. And I'm going to use that word because it does fit. They're
Yes,
trying
yes,
to
it
shove
does.
this ideal of a democracy and all this stuff down our throats as they're stealing, robbing, and enslaving us when our Constitution strictly forbids it.
right. They're trying
Strictly
to
forbids it. And it is to
fabricate a
go
story
all
that
the
ain't
way
true.
to the end. Die to the very last one. That's why when a lot of servicemen, the servicemen that come in, they swear an oath to
Mhm.
uphold, their duty and to protect.
An
to
oath
vote,
never
enemy,
ends.
foreign and domestic.
The oath never
Foreign
ends.
and domestic. That means they know that there's a possibility shit may go down on the soil. They have
Yep.
a plan.
Yep.
Please don't think any of this that they have not prepared for anything. They have trained and trained and trained and
I have
trained and trained again in one form or another, but they will make sure
That's-
it is done properly.
That's why everything's been done the way it has been when he got into the into office.
What did he try to
Because
penetrate? The military.
Yep.
Did you notice all the changes of everything? They were wanting to get their people in there, to get control. If something went down, he saw it coming.
Yep.
Biden even passed shit on it. I mean, remember that? He's like, hey, they have the thing when I declare martial law, I can have them kill Americans, right? I mean, you remember that?
He had a
He was hoping he
And
was
then
going to
everybody
do
freaks
it.
out
He
and they're
was
like-
going to be the one to trigger it.
Yeah.
They were going to do something.
but
Nope.
right. But martial law, I feel as though it's going to be a good
Listen,
thing for us. It's
Let
good,
me explain
we
martial
got
law
to get
so
our
people
that
don't freak
control.
out. Listen,
Right.
I don't want people
They-
to freak out. And this is the bad
Right.
thing that they come in. Oh, well, there's
All you got to
curfews
do
or
is
this.
say them 2 words and they're like, ah! like,
They freak out. Listen,
yeah.
if there were to be something as similar as martial law, the United States military, depending on what it was, it may be the National Guard, but depending on what the charge is or the reason for the shutdown, the United States military can set foot on American soil. That is possible, but only during certain times. with martial law is meant to tear or gut out the virus that's there. Okay, remove it and restore order, which is the Constitution.
Enforcing
Now,
federal.
if that needs to be done by an entire state, then yes,
They're
they
gonna
would come in, remove everybody that worked for state and local government, the entire thing, clean it out. It's gone. It no longer exists, and now we're going to go through everything you've got.
And
Both
reform.
state, local policies, procedures, everything else, and anything that's unconstitutional is gone or dead.
They're going to be cleaning it
Bottom
up.
line, these are the new rules under the Constitution. This is the old rules. It ain't the new rules. Let me clarify that. Back to the old rules. This is what's constitutional, and this is what is not. According to what? The Constitution and federal case law and the codes and everything else there. It's a reset. The idea is to remove those and then to reinstitute new things of government once it's cleaned up. It has to be rectified first.
And then look at
It's not an
CPS.
overthrow. It's not that. It's a thing to
No.
clean up what's not supposed to be there. Just
It's to
like,
fix
the
and get us back right.
Elon Musk went in and just pointing out this is not supposed to be there, and it must be removed. And whether you like it or not, your feelings, big or small or anything else, it doesn't matter. That the fact it's still got to go, or it's unconstitutional. No matter how much you get in your feelings, it won't mean shit anymore, because the hammer will come down. And let me tell you something. Try that fucking bullshit with the United States fucking military and with some of your other bullshit. Oh, hell, fuck no. You're going to fuck around and find out real quick, because they are not the police.
They're not there to hurt.
There is no...
There ain't no rules.
There ain't no, and let me tell you something, a lot of the inner and this and that, and some of the inner cities, this and that. Oh yeah, they can establish curfew and lock you the fuck down in a military state like you haven't seen, to bring in order till they're satisfied, or until this is satisfied. But understand, the thing is
not
be
there to
peaceful
harm
about
us.
it. There's not that thing. You're still going to be able to go to work. There's
It's
still
for
going to
the
be
good. It's for the good.
It's for the good. And if you work for the state, that sucks. You're going to have to figure out, like the rest of us that have lost our jobs or been laid off or this or that, you no longer have work. You're out of a job.
And with everything, think about it. We got all 50 states. There's corruption definitely in the CPS in every state. And they're screwing over the federal. I mean, they're definitely not abiding by federal law or even enforcing it. So martial law.
Not even the Constitution. And there's the biggest red flag. If it's not constitutional, no matter how you feel about it, it is not allowed to happen. Bottom line, it's non-negotiable. It's not up for discussion. It's not, let me put it that way. It's not up for discussion. It's non-negotiable. This is the absolute. This is as real as fucking gravity.
Yeah. And that act I was telling you about that Biden signed, the states are not even. They're just. No. I mean, it's in effect. It's
Danielle. It's so bad that it started. Most people has always thought it's the federal government. It's the federal government. It's the federal government.
No, it's the states.
It's not. It's the states. It's the state governments, and things are going. And there are people that are involved. Listen, there are people that are involved. Not every one of them's bad. No. But there's a lot of our elected officials and some of our that are doing things and doing their job right and doing them constitutionally and this and that. I'm not discounting that, but there's a lot of them that are not. And we need to have that constitutional sifting on the states
it's got to
knock
cleaned
shit
up.
off and make them compliant, because they've been so lazy with the Chevron doctrine that they could just do what the fuck they wanted. They don't even know how to judge anymore.
Nope.
Or the case law, and your lawyers don't have a clue. Why? Because Chevron was out there. None of them know how to act. They need to go back to school. They need to be re-educated if that's the case, and whatever survives. But here's the point. We've got to have some education on the Constitution, and this bullshit about stacking shit, the state stacking the case against people to turn around and steal your kids by giving away your fucking rights, and then nobody knows nothing about it. Something's wrong. Something's massively fucking broke.
And what? Right.
And people would be
Why
much
can't-
better off with none of it. Let us rule ourselves.
Right.
I don't
Freedom
need
of
anybody
speech. I mean,
unless
that's all we could
somebody's
talk.
dead or this and that. Okay, we'll investigate the murders or the property. Other than that, leave people the fuck alone. I don't need your programs. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need public aid. I need strength in my families.
Yep. You want your family back.
That's what they don't want. They don't want us talking. You realize we used to sit around growing up.
Oh, yeah, the campfires talking stories.
No, I'm talking it's cold as shit. Christmas, Thanksgiving, some of the different holidays.
Family get-togethers.
Family get-togethers, shit like that.
Reunions.
And we would have them. That we would always play a board game. And it was funny because they would find something like Trivial Pursuit.
Oh, God.
It was really, I mean, seriously, there were some that went through there. Well, I mean, everybody had different games depending on what you're playing.
Operation.
But if it was all the adults, you were playing usually a game. There was that. That was Trivial Pursuit and a few others and this and that. But it challenged your mind was the concept. And you always had that one fucking person that just knew every fucking thing, especially when you played it, but you learned something.
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know that. That was the point to continue your education and sharpen your minds with the game.
Yep.
And people just quit it. Oh, it's too frustrating. Nobody can ever get the answers and it's too hard and this, that. It's like
reading a book.
No, because you want instant gratification and you got it on your phone and this and that, and I don't have to. But you didn't learn.
Now you got the audiobook that reads to you now.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's ways out there to use it for good and bad.
Yeah,
but that's how we used to share information and sit and talk as families and share old stories of things growing up or this going on when they were a kid and this and that.
But
that is exactly what CPS has robbed you of.
We've gotten lazy.
All of that. Family get-togethers, and then you've got some people, because of the food they've been taking, are so fucking toxic and fucking insane, you don't want to be around some of your family.
No. Yeah.
I'm just dead fucking serious. I mean, we all have that thing. Well, great. Right. Family doesn't always mean blood.
No, it doesn't.
Be with the people that you want to be with, that once again, that you can get along with your group. But don't do it over a thing of, hey, do it because you challenge each other. You want to have conversation. You want to do each other better. You challenge each other for the good. And if we all started doing that, our world would change completely to a different place.
It's nothing like it used to be. Nothing.
But you get involved with somebody and you talk to them. I kind of know what's going on at your house if we talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know what's up. If my kid's over at your place, I'm definitely hearing what the fuck's going on at your house. Come on. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Man, we was over at so-and-so's and we got fucked up with this, that. His mom caught us. Dad, I gotta take it in. Oh, God, I can't even tell you.
Yeah, look, that was like when I go to my friends, her mom she was cool. And she's like, man, we did this, and this. And I'm like, I ain't telling my mama that. Your mom is cool.
You know how to shut the hell out of me, man. Snitches get stitches. I learned something and I ain't telling nobody. Oh, hell yeah. You got some street smarts that day, didn't you, Dan? Yeah, you got some education right there.
Yeah.
As they say. Listen, but that's where life is supposed to teach us. We're supposed to have some of those interactions and some of those things in a safe environment that you don't hurt yourself. Right. And that's where family came in. You learned a lot.
Anymore.
You learned a lot about family. You learned a lot about cooking. You learned a lot about
I learned a lot about working on cars.
I mean, yeah, you're working on cars, doing this, that. You wonder why your uncle's so fucking batshit crazy or full of hate and this and that, and realize he's been in and exposed to Agent Orange and all this other crazy shit.
Right.
Just batshit crazy. Or the funniest thing that everybody saw that I think they can relate with Vietnam is go watch Duck Dynasty and watch Uncle Si. That's funnier than shit.
He's funny as hell. He's funny.
Well, once again, that's people that, like I said, that's something you have to understand about Vietnam vets.
I just found out that a family member of mine that is on my dad's side passed away in custody of the jail out here in one of the county, and she's been in there since January, and all of a sudden she just would have just got booked in or something, and maybe an overdose. But no, she's been in there 4 months, and you're gonna tell me that it's so.
Yeah.
And I had to see that on the news tonight. I was,
Wow.
like, and her, so, and that was not something I was expecting to see. I'm like, what?
Danielle, this
Yeah.
has been fun, but damn, you've been on here for 4 hours. Do you ever stall? And I mean, I guess I stalked you back and had surprise. I do it better.
On to next time.
If most of you don't know, if you're a first-time viewer, Danielle's a stalker. She's
Yes.
just constantly following me around from show to show and all sorts of other things. I don't know. She gets a bunch of positive vibes and reinforcement and positive energies and all these other things, words of encouragement, and always swapping, information and stuff like that. You act like she likes it or something.
Hey, it's good to gotta be positive, gotta be good. It's good to share that.
Oh, it's just like
I'll
Darren
stock
and
that
some like the rest of them. We've got some of our own little group in these shows because we share so much
Mhm.
that in a way we are connected in
Yeah.
a way that people understand
Even
with
though-
this trauma bond, but how we use it together and how we begin to share the information and what can we do, and let me just find a way to help. And I think that's been the biggest thing is,
Mhm.
a lot, especially within our group here in the CPS Punisher, or I'm sorry, CPS Breaking News Network, is just one of those things that is unique, is that there's that bond there from sharing so much.
Yep.
And people have come, people have gone,
Yep.
other people have gotten busy, other people have done this and this, and there's a lot of other things. But understand, we're all in a process of doing the best we can with what we have. We're all dealing with our own traumas. We're dealing with our families. We're trying to do what we have to do within these courts. We're trying to sort this out. We're trying to educate. We're trying to do all these other things. And sometimes you just want to take a fucking break and just scream at the fucking world. Yeah. But then you have people like Danielle that turn around and she just, hey, when you feel a little down and this and that, she'll come over there with her nose. Hey, you got any new case law? This and that. Come over here. Hey, I need.
I'll pop in and be like, let's go. Like,
What are you doing? Well, like I said, Darren's the same way, because every once in a while he'll just kind of pop in on the show or something. Hey, what are you doing? I'm in the back room. That's always fun. That we have a good time, and I know a lot of you guys. We've done a little bit longer show, but at the same time, we're also seeing how we reach out to California and maybe look at some of our numbers, looking at some of those things, looking coast to coast. We're doing the best we can. Some of us are on the East Coast, some of us are in the middle. It's all over, but we definitely want that. We definitely want those. Like I said,
worldwide.
It's coming, guys. Get your stuff ready. Get your stories ready. Get this, and that. And like I said, get yourself in a mental state of mind for your children.
Not alone in this.
That's where you need to be working on, because that day is coming. And that's what we're working on the fastest we can. I know we all are. But like I said, guys, it's getting ready. We're getting ready to rip the roof off this thing. It's game over. It's checkmate. There's no way around it. There's no.
It's been going on way too long.
It ties the hands beyond tying the hands that we must look at with the evidence.
Yep.
There's
if it's not taken care of now, it's going to be bad for our kids in the future.
And it's enough. And like I said, it's the truth's got to come out. And once it's all come in, and it's just another layer. Like I said, it's just a very deep, evil layer of what is going on in our country.
Innocent children.
Yes, and this is the children part. That's how deep they got, guys. Yeah. Think about this. The same people that shot JFK got to the point they now have a hold of your children. That's how deep this goes. And it's all connected.
Yeah. Definitely.
Where they spent their money, how they spent their money. There's a money trail. There's this, there's that. All of it comes through. They know how to find their LLCs and their false accounts. Once they started saying how they were finding this shit, you know how many people scrambled to restructure their shit on the higher ups real fucking fast.
Oh yeah.
Hide that money fast. They found his money. I better get my shit out. And they're watching it too. And the same thing, their investors are saying, don't fucking move your money right now. It's a red flag. You got to let it sit down. You got to write this out. You know what all them motherfuckers are doing? sweating like a motherfucker.
Mhm.
Man, I hope I don't get caught. Got Judge
Alrighty.
Davis, his Cayman Islands account, found that motherfucker. Man, I hope they don't find my fucking account in Switzerland or in this bank, and it's through this corporation and all this other shit and blah 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 blah.
They're gonna find out. They'll find it. They'll find it. We're all connected in some way. You know?
All the dots are coming together, and they're
Yep.
understanding this is all connected
Yep.
to a sick ring that has been going on for a long time, and the things that they've been doing, and let alone what they've been doing to the people, and understanding some of that medical research hasn't all been for good people. Let
I'm
me
glad
tell you,
RFK never gave up. I'm glad he stood his ground. Because
I'm
they
glad-
were trying to.
listen, man, there's a lot of us that are fighting. There's guys like, sorry, I'm having one of those heart issues where my brain don't work.
Don't feel bad. I have a lot of aha moments.
They got his ass whooped real good by the system.
Who?
Who was it that went to jail and got his ass whooped for trying to spread the truth?
Here recently, Chris. Was it with CPS or just in general?
No, just in general, he's been revealing a lot of stuff. I think it's Bain. Remember, he had to go
Bain.
thing. Yeah, they beat the
Bain?
fuck out of him.
Yeah, that's Thomas Bain, right?
Thomas
So
Bain. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of. Sorry,
Okay.
my mind sometimes.
I know you're good.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
was
you
like-
got people like that that are going to jail and literally getting the shit beat out of them,
Yes.
and
he's-
literally their constitutional rights violated like a motherfucker.
Did he go back to jail?
They can, huh?
Is he back in jail?
No, that's where he got out that last time, and they beat the fuck out of him probably about a week or two ago. Remember? No, it was about a month ago. Maybe it was a little bit longer.
So and they beat him after he got out again?
Oh, they beat him when they had him in there. They beat the fuck out of him.
That's fucked up.
That's
See,
why he
that's-
went into
that's-
hiding,
That's fucked
because they
up.
beat the fuck out of him. Yeah, like they literally
That's
he had like all sorts of shit, like with his brain and everything else, I think too. They fucked him up good, rung his bell.
Just for speaking the truth.
You got other people
That's how
that
you
are,
know
like I
that-
said, that are, speaking the truth, that are trying to do this, that they've silenced up. Now listen, well, let me be clear about something. Not everybody that is dealing with this stuff is good. You got to understand there are people, and I want to explain this because we've ran into this and we've had talks on this.
Yes.
We have got people that are guilty as shit for some of this bullshit that is just looking for a way to get out of it, and they have attached to some of these groups. Because if they find a way to beat it, they can find a way to beat it. They know what they're doing. Like I said, we've run into this. I know I ran
Any way
into
to
it,
get
Derek
a
ran
gain
into
for
it,
themselves.
you, all the rest of us have just
Yep.
like, oh shit, no, that's just bad. That's one of those you listen to and go, yeah, that was kind of like the system was supposed to be set up for, is just for that. Yeah. And once it works right,
Yep.
I'm sorry, I can't be. But once again, I've got to be constitutionally. But at the same time, you look at it, they took the kids the right way because there was a very heinous criminal act that was involved with it,
Yep.
and it made sense. And of course, the other thing that goes out of it with a certain party or sex will turn around and say, well, I'm in rehab now, but they took my, were you really on it? Did you really need this break? Did you really? And Danielle's talked about this too. I needed that system for this. I needed to get clean. I needed these help. That's what some of those are supposed to do, is help.
Yep.
But that's not what's happening, what it's grown to, because then they took where they do help. Now they've
And
got
they
a
took
hold
it.
of you. Now they want to keep you in because now
Yep.
you're a revenue stream.
Yep.
And that's not the way this system works. Like
And
I said, here's the funny thing that and you guys watch some of the videos. Did you know research turns around and says that CPS, and I know this number is way too high, is right 18% of the time. Nationwide survey says there's a 18% substantiation rate. So that means for 18 families that are found or involved of being substantiated,
They did like invest.
you do the math of that, that's what, 82 families that just them coming in their lives, you have fucking destroyed.
Yep.
And most of them, once they're in so deep and they realize their rights have been violated, you know what they do? Then they frame you because they can't let their shit get out.
That's right.
There's no evidence. There's no this and that. And there's people that go in and they'll hear all the time. There's no evidence.
No.
It was bullshit. It was hearsay. It was he said, she said. There was not a stitch of fucking evidence. And my kids were ripped away from me. There's people that will tell you they came to my fucking house with no court order warrant or anything. No judge's order, no court order to do it. And come just steal my kids out of my house.
Like a nice.
Now, my question right there is, wait a minute, no court order, no warrant, and there's no imminent danger. Nobody's articulated something, but they just turned around and went to a judge and said, with this, and that. I don't know about you, but I can tell you this much. We've become soft as a nation because my first is my Second Amendment.
Yep.
Because you're there illegally to steal children.
Yep.
If you don't have these and that's what you can articulate, I have the right to defend my home. Now, that is an individual's choice. Let me make that clear. I am not recommending one way or the other just for, this is for education purposes only. Just so we're clear. That's why the Second Amendment was created, though. It states it to make sure an accountability, because there's an old saying, God made all men, but Samuel Cope made all men equal. There's a reason.
Yep.
There's a reason they use it against you to have a firearm to put in your face. That you have a right when something's wrong and unconstitutional and you know it and you need to stop it to protect others. It says you have that right to do so, but you've got to make sure you can articulate it to them of what happened. Show me the warrant or none of it is, and there was no reason or this and that. They broke into my house and did that. Matter of fact, I've got it recorded.
Yeah, make sure
and
you
when
can
they
back
wouldn't
yourself
stop
up.
and started reaching for my children, I defended my home. They have no legal right to be in here. They lost their immunity and their coverage from the state when they violated the threshold.
Right. And
they don't want you educated in that. Why? That puts them in danger. No, that keeps you constitutionally compliant.
Yeah. And call them up.
See how this works and why it doesn't work and why they want to take your shit?
So they threaten us.
Or record your shit. And what does CPS do also?
Fabricate shit.
Pay attention. Hey, you got any weapons in the home?
They try to act like they're law enforcement. Or
how many of you out there have heard that? And y'all need to share this. And that's why I go back to why this is a whole show. But there's a lot of information that a lot of people need to know.
They try to butt in because me being on probation. They try to.
Well, here's the thing: you got weapons in your home, yes or no? Even with that, they ask this for CPS. It's a standardized question. It's on all their forms. That is a soft gun registry because they save all that information in their database. That is a constitutional violation of recording that and keeping that. And law enforcement has even been reported and confirmed that law enforcement is using that database system to know whether or not you have weapons in your home.
That's messed up.
You awake yet?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're awake because I'm about done. And you've been on here for 4 hours and this and that, damn jabberjaw. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I guess let's wrap it up, Danielle.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Last thoughts?
Yeah. Y'all, it's here. It's coming. It's speak up. It's time. Don't be silent no more. Like, I hope my strength. Yep. So let's get it done. Let's get the show on the road because it's time to hold these people accountable. Let's get our babies home. So.
Guys, we're all working our ass off. East Coast, West Coast. Listen, it's almost time.
Yep.
It's time to make this light shine. Everything else. It's time to bring back our Constitution. It's time to realize what the American dream was once again for maybe not for ourselves. Maybe just enough it's for our children.
For our children,
give them
for
hope,
their future.
give them healing, love them all the way around. When it's time for them to come home, this is nobody's fault. and it's time to get back to healing and get back to your families and start looking out for each other. But guys, start educating yourself. Don't let this happen again and another generation go through this.
Right. We gotta
know your rights. Let's push them towards that Constitution. Game fucking over. Do it again. Because understand this, you've took a mess with children and parents. The thing that the parents are going to cry and the families and everything else, I guarantee it. Daniel will tell you the same thing. Every parent of this and that, every child that was stolen, was the only solution is the death penalty under the acts of treason is what they are pushing for.
You don't mess with the babies.
Treason and your life.
Yep.
Because obviously you're making money and doing what you do instead of following your oath was so much important than the American family.
Yep.
And actually the government, because we the people are the government.
Yep. And they're just tearing families apart, and we should be able to live free. And happy. Mm-hmm.
Learn like what it's be free. Get in your car, go do this and that, and learn that you ain't got to worry about this and that, and don't let go. We used to enjoy driving and enjoying the road. We used to enjoy going places and exploring.
Riding in the back of the truck. Riding in the back of the truck.
Now people are selling their vacation just to make ends meet, or half of this and that, or staying at home, and that's all great too if that's what you want to do. But I at least give yourself the opportunity to once again not feel so obligated and to feel a little bit free to explore and to look at those things with your own two eyes that you want to see in this beautiful country we have. Or go see family or explore or whatever, or maybe decide to relocate to a different place. It's better for your family. I don't know, but once again, that's part of the American dream. We've been robbed because now we all feel so chained to where we're at. Your kids can't even move out.
Yep.
They've destroyed the economy. Kids are back home.
Yep.
Can't afford it. Yep. Sorry, mom and dad. Like you said, $3,000, $4,000.
Yeah.
We can't afford it.
No. One bedroom apartment. And then they
stop. We got to start taking care of
people.
Americans.
Like we've
had enough. It's time to get back to the Constitution. Those are my final words. Danielle, it's been fun being stalked back and enjoyable to know what it's like to stalk somebody. So thank you for that experience. Guys, thanks again. Thanks for having me on. Guys, stay free. We'll keep you in touch. Guys, just hit that like and follow. Share on one of our shows. You're going to hear it. You're going to see it on some Facebook posts. Follow the groups, this and that.
Yep.
Once again, this is the CPS breaking news.
We don't have to.
From there, and that it is what it is.
Indeed.
So let's get out there and keep up the fight, and stay strong. If you have some mental health issues, you're worried about this and that, get some help. Guys, we're here for you. Yes. Don't give up.
Don't give
up. It's almost there. The truth is coming out. Freedom is coming. Our Constitution.
We're in this together. You're not alone.
And after that, go do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Right.
And live free.
Be free. Be free.
With your kids back at home.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Danielle, I'm going to leave it with you. Close the wrapper up.
Okay. All right, everybody. Y'all be good. Have a good morning. And I thank y'all for coming in. We had a very good show. And until next time, I'm Danielle and I'm signing off. Bye, everyone. Keep fighting.